The Amazon has always been painted as a place of mystery, danger, and endless green horizons, but beneath its canopy lies something far older and far more astonishing than anyone dared to imagine. For centuries, explorers cut their way through dense foliage, listening to the echo of their own footsteps in a land that seemed untouched by human hands. To the outside world, the Amazon was a wilderness, a realm of snakes, jaguars, and rivers that seemed to flow forever. It was considered hostile, too unforgiving to support anything beyond scattered tribes and nomadic hunters. Yet whispers persisted, stories of golden cities, of massive plazas buried under vines, of strange earthworks glimpsed only from above. These were dismissed as myths, fever dreams of conquistadors driven mad by hunger and obsession. But now, with the tools of modern science peeling back the layers of vegetation, the jungle is giving up its secrets, and the truth is even more shocking than the legends. What if the Amazon was not a forgotten wilderness, but one of the great cradles of human civilization? What if beneath every towering saber tree and twisting vine lies evidence of ancient architects who built cities on a scale that rivals the wonders of the old world? Imagine vast networks of roads stretching across the basin, ceremonial plazas designed with mathematical precision, fertile black soils engineered by human hands, and sprawling urban clusters that once housed millions of people. This is no longer speculation. Archaeologists and scientists are uncovering proof that what we were taught about the Amazon being empty is one of the greatest misconceptions in history. The story that follows is not just about the jungle. It is about rewriting the very timeline of humanity. For decades, textbooks told us that the Amazon was a green desert, too poor in resources to sustain complex societies. The dense forest was thought to suffocate human ambition, limiting its people to small, scattered communities. Yet today, aerial scans and laser mapping are showing unmistakable traces of vast ancient cities. Where the human eye once saw only an endless sea of trees, LiDAR now reveals grids, circles, canals, and even pyramidal structures swallowed by vegetation. The jungle has been the perfect disguise, hiding its past from view, waiting for the right moment to remind us of what was lost. And now that moment has come. The rediscovery of these cities is more than a scientific breakthrough. It is a revelation that forces us to question how history is written and who gets to decide what counts as civilization. For centuries, the narrative favored Europe, Mesopotamia, and Egypt as the centers of progress, while dismissing the Amazon as peripheral. But the evidence rising from beneath the soil suggests something different, that the people of the Amazon were not passive inhabitants of nature but masterful engineers who reshaped their environment on a monumental scale. Their work challenges the idea that civilization can only be measured by stone temples or written records. Here, in the heart of the jungle, innovation thrived in ways we are only beginning to understand. The power of this revelation lies not only in its academic implications but in the emotions it stirs. To imagine that entire cities, perhaps larger than medieval London, once stood where today there is only silence and vines is to feel history stretching beyond our grasp. It is to realize that the jungle is less of a wilderness and more of a vast, overgrown library, its pages written in earth and roots. Each discovery reads like a sentence in a forgotten chronicle, each mound or canal a word that tells us who these people were, how they lived, and why their story disappeared. And yet, their disappearance is also a mystery. Why did these civilizations vanish? Were they undone by disease brought by Europeans, by environmental change, or by forces we have yet to uncover? The questions hang heavy, ensuring that this is not merely a tale of the past but a puzzle that continues into the present. From the legends of El Dorado to the skeptical dismissals of modern scholars, the Amazon has always existed in the space between imagination and denial. Now, as excavations and technologies confirm what indigenous traditions have said all along, that their ancestors built great cities, the veil is being torn away. This is a moment of vindication for voices long ignored, a chance to restore agency to peoples whose histories were buried beneath colonial narratives and layers of rainforest alike. The jungle may have hidden the evidence, but it could not silence the truth forever. This story will take us deep into that truth. We will travel from the earliest hints of man-made soils to the monumental earthworks only visible from the sky, from the chronicles of Spanish explorers who swore they saw bustling settlements along the river to the devastating collapse that erased them from memory. We will hear from archaeologists who risk their careers to prove that what was once dismissed as myth is, in fact, fact. And we will confront the unsettling possibility that our understanding of human history is not just incomplete but fundamentally flawed. As you watch and listen, consider this: history is not fixed. It is alive, shifting with each discovery, expanding every time a lost city emerges from beneath the trees. The Amazon is speaking again, louder than ever, reminding us that humanity's story is far older, richer, and more complex than we have been told. And if the jungle can conceal entire civilizations, what else might it still be hiding? That question is what drives us forward into the depths of this mystery, into the green abyss where the past is waiting to be uncovered. For centuries, the Amazon has been framed not only as a wilderness but as a wilderness that was never home to great civilizations. The idea of the empty Amazon became so entrenched in academia that it was repeated as unquestionable fact for generations. Early explorers who dared to suggest otherwise were ridiculed, their accounts dismissed as exaggerations, hallucinations, or outright lies. The jungle was said to be too harsh, its soils too poor, its rivers too unruly, its insects and diseases too unforgiving to sustain organized societies. This myth was more than just a scientific theory, it became a cultural assumption, shaping how the world viewed the people who lived there. To most outsiders, the Amazon was simply a backdrop of endless green, populated only by scattered tribes, but never by great cities. The empty Amazon theory gained strength in the 19th and 20th centuries, when anthropologists and naturalists returned from expeditions with bleak conclusions. They observed nutrient-poor soils that made large-scale agriculture seem impossible, and they saw contemporary indigenous groups living in small, decentralized villages. From this, they extrapolated backward, assuming that the Amazon had always been this way. According to this view, the rainforest was too hostile for long-term settlement, let alone for anything resembling urban life. The forest, they believed, allowed only minimal survival, not complex social systems. But this narrative ignored something crucial: the voices of the indigenous people themselves. Oral traditions, passed down for generations, spoke of powerful ancestors who cultivated vast lands, built monumental structures, and sustained thriving communities. Stories of roads, canals, and cities woven into the jungle were dismissed as symbolic myth rather than literal memory. To Western academics, these tales were simply incompatible with their vision of the Amazon as an untouched Eden, a blank space on the map that resisted civilization. What was overlooked was that these stories were echoes of a real past, whispers of cities swallowed by the green. Part of what reinforced the myth was the contrast between what explorers thought they should find and what they actually saw. When Europeans first entered the Amazon in the 16th century, they reported villages along the riverbanks, some so close together that they gave the impression of continuous urban sprawl. Francisco de Orellana, the Spanish explorer who journeyed down the Amazon in 1541, described thriving populations and complex settlements. But when later expeditions retraced his route, they found nothing, only forest and isolated communities. This discrepancy became the foundation of skepticism. Scholars concluded that Orellana and others must have fabricated their tales, embellishing for glory or to impress sponsors. The idea that such populations could vanish entirely seemed impossible, so the simpler explanation was that they had never existed. What those later expeditions failed to realize was the devastating role of disease. The arrival of Europeans introduced smallpox, influenza, and other illnesses that decimated indigenous populations, often wiping out entire communities within decades. By the time follow-up explorers entered the same areas, the great settlements Orellana had seen were already abandoned, their inhabitants dead or scattered. The jungle, relentless and swift in reclaiming land, had covered the evidence. What remained was silence, leading generations of scholars to conclude that the Amazon had always been as it appeared, wild and empty. The myth of emptiness fit neatly into broader colonial narratives. If the Amazon was a blank canvas, then it justified conquest and exploitation. Lands could be claimed without guilt, resources stripped without consideration of stewardship, and native cultures dismissed as primitive remnants. This perspective aligned with a worldview that elevated Old World civilizations like Rome, Mesopotamia, and Egypt while marginalizing societies in the New World. The emptiness was convenient. It was not just an academic mistake, it was also a political one. By the 20th century, the myth had hardened into dogma. Textbooks described the Amazon as inhospitable to urban development. Scholars argued that complex civilizations could only flourish in river valleys like the Nile or the Tigris, where soils were rich and stable. The Amazon, with its seasonal floods and fragile ecosystem, was cast as the opposite: unpredictable, infertile, and destructive. Archaeology in the region was sparse, and those who did raise questions often found themselves sidelined. It was far easier to accept the long-standing view that the rainforest was nature's domain, not humanity's. Yet, Cracks in this narrative began to appear as new discoveries emerged. Archaeologists stumbled upon enigmatic patches of unusually fertile soil known as terra preta, evidence of deliberate human modification. Accounts from indigenous groups pointed to ancestral landscapes far more complex than outsiders imagined. Even as these findings accumulated, skepticism remained strong. The empty Amazon myth was too deeply ingrained to be overturned by isolated discoveries. It would take the revolution of modern technology, satellite imagery and LiDAR scanning, to reveal what had been hidden for centuries and force scholars to reconsider. Still, before those tools brought undeniable proof, the myth of emptiness did more than distort history, it shaped global imagination. The Amazon was romanticized as pristine, untouched by human hands, a living relic of the planet's earlier state. Conservation movements often reinforced this view, emphasizing the forest's role as a pure ecological sanctuary. Ironically, the truth is more fascinating. The forest we see today is not untouched but deeply shaped by human hands across millennia. The myth of emptiness erased this legacy, reducing indigenous peoples to footnotes rather than acknowledging them as sophisticated innovators. And so the stage was set. For centuries, explorers, academics, and governments perpetuated the story of an empty Amazon. But myths, no matter how powerful, cannot last forever when confronted by evidence. Slowly, piece by piece, the jungle began revealing its secrets, exposing the cracks in the narrative and hinting at something far more extraordinary. What once was thought of as an untouched wilderness now appears as a palimpsest, a landscape rewritten countless times by ancient hands. The silence of the jungle was never emptiness. It was a cover, a disguise, waiting to be lifted. The unraveling of this myth is the first step in our journey, because only by understanding the power of the old narrative can we fully grasp the shock of its undoing. The jungle is not what we thought it was. And if the myth of the empty Amazon could survive for centuries, what other myths about our past still stand unchallenged, waiting to be overturned? For as long as the Amazon has been whispered about beyond its own borders, one legend has loomed larger than all others: the fabled city of gold, El Dorado. To the conquistadors who stormed the New World in the 16th century, the promise of riches hidden within the jungle was irresistible. They imagined a kingdom paved in gold, its rulers draped in jewels, its temples overflowing with treasure. The vision of such a place sent expeditions deep into rivers choked with vines, across swamps buzzing with disease, and into forests alive with both predators and unseen enemies. The stories that filtered back to Europe were sensational, feeding an insatiable appetite for wonder and greed. And yet, the harder the explorer searched, the more elusive El Dorado became. The glittering city seemed always out of reach, a dream that led only to suffering, starvation, and death. But beneath the myth, there lingers a question that modern archaeology has begun to take seriously. What if these legends were not mere fantasy, but echoes of something real? The origin of the El Dorado legend is complex. It began not as a city, but as a man, a chieftain said to cover himself in gold dust before bathing in a sacred lake. Spanish chroniclers heard of this ritual in the highlands of Colombia, and from this seed of truth grew an elaborate vision of an entire empire of gold. As the story spread, it transformed. No longer just a ritual or a ruler, El Dorado became a city, then a kingdom, then a vast civilization hidden somewhere deep within the Amazon. Each expedition added new layers to the tale, each failure twisting the mystery further. The jungle seemed to mock the invaders, swallowing them whole while keeping its secrets hidden. The search for El Dorado was more than a hunt for treasure. It was a collision between two worlds. To the Spaniards, it symbolized ultimate wealth, the kind of discovery that could rival the riches of the Inca or the Aztec. To indigenous communities, the stories were something else entirely, partly misinterpretations of sacred traditions, partly warnings disguised as myth. Yet, for centuries, European ears heard only what they wanted: confirmation that another empire, glittering and grand, lay just beyond the next river bend. The obsession with El Dorado drove some of the most infamous expeditions in history. Francisco de Orellana's journey down the Amazon was fueled by tales of immense populations and fortified cities. Sir Walter Raleigh risked his reputation and his life searching for the Golden Kingdom in the 17th century, ultimately meeting execution after failing to deliver proof. Thousands of nameless soldiers, priests, and adventurers perished in the Green Labyrinth, undone by hunger, disease, or conflict with local peoples. Yet, the legend endured, untarnished by failure. If anything, each lost expedition only deepened the mystery, convincing the world that El Dorado must exist, if only one searched far enough. For centuries, Scholars dismissed these quests as the product of greed and delusion. They argued that El Dorado was nothing more than a European fantasy projected onto the jungle, a desperate attempt to replicate the conquests of Mexico and Peru. In this view, the Amazon had no great civilizations to offer, no treasures beyond what nature provided. The tales of bustling cities and golden kings were dismissed as exaggerations, the fevered imaginations of men who had inhaled too much humidity and desperation. Yet, this skepticism ignored an uncomfortable truth. Many indigenous oral traditions did speak of powerful ancestors, of vast networks of roads and ceremonial centers. While they may not have described a kingdom literally paved in gold, they hinted at societies far larger and more organized than the empty Amazon myth allowed. Modern archaeology is beginning to reframe the El Dorado legend in a startling way. While no single golden city has been found, the discoveries of vast urban networks, monumental earthworks, and man-made soils suggest that the conquistadors may have stumbled onto something real, civilizations whose achievements were then exaggerated through the lens of European greed. When Orellana described densely populated villages stretching for miles along the riverbanks, he may not have been hallucinating. He may have been witnessing the remnants of thriving societies that collapsed soon after, leaving the jungle to reclaim their memory. The gold that Raleigh and others sought might never have existed in the form they imagined, but the grandeur of lost Amazonian cities could well have been the source of the story. This interpretation casts the El Dorado legend in a new light. Perhaps it was not a fable invented from nothing, but a distorted reflection of true civilizations that once flourished in the rainforest. The gold itself may have been symbolic, representing abundance, fertility, or sacred power rather than literal treasure. European chroniclers, blinded by their own lust, translated these ideas into terms they understood: wealth, empire, and conquest. In doing so, they missed the deeper truth, that the Amazon had once supported cultures every bit as sophisticated as those of the Andes or Mesoamerica. The enduring allure of El Dorado lies not only in its promise of riches but in its embodiment of the unknown. It represents the possibility that the world still holds secrets, that entire histories remain buried just out of sight. The fact that explorers risked everything chasing this dream shows how powerful the human desire is to uncover the extraordinary. And now, with LiDAR scanning revealing hidden networks beneath the canopy, the jungle itself seems to be whispering back, "You were wrong to doubt." Perhaps not golden palaces, but cities nonetheless, vast and complex, lay concealed in the shadows. The myth of El Dorado, then, can be seen as both a warning and a clue. It warns us of the dangers of greed, of seeking only material wealth while ignoring the true richness of culture and knowledge. At the same time, it offers a clue that beneath stories dismissed as legend may lie truths waiting to be uncovered. The Golden City may never be found, because it never existed as Europeans imagined. But in its place, we are discovering something far more valuable: proof that the Amazon was not empty, that its people were not primitive, and that their accomplishments deserve recognition alongside the world's great civilizations. As we move deeper into the story of the Amazon's lost cities, the legend of El Dorado becomes a symbolic gateway. It reminds us that myths often preserve fragments of reality, distorted but not wholly false. The explorers who dreamed of golden empires may have been misguided, but they were chasing something rooted in truth. And today, as the jungle begins to yield its secrets, we are finally beginning to understand that truth. Not a city of gold, but a civilization of ingenuity, resilience, and brilliance, hidden in plain sight. The Amazon rainforest is more than a living, breathing ecosystem. It is also a master of disguise. For centuries, it has concealed its past with a power unmatched by deserts, mountains, or plains. In Egypt, stone pyramids rise from the sands, refusing to be forgotten. In Mesopotamia, ruins lie exposed to the elements, their outlines still visible after millennia. But in the Amazon, the jungle does not preserve, it devours. Within a generation, an abandoned settlement vanishes beneath a tangle of vines and roots. Within a century, entire cities can disappear, swallowed so completely that even their memory seems to dissolve. This is the Great Green Disguise, a natural cloak that has hidden one of humanity's most astonishing chapters. To understand why so many scholars believe the Amazon was empty, we must first understand the overwhelming force of its ecology. The forest grows at a pace that seems almost unnatural. Trees rise and fall in cycles measured not by centuries but by decades. Vines coil around stone and timber, prying apart walls and reducing structures to rubble. Termites and ants consume wood, while moss and fungi crumble even the harder surfaces. In this environment, Nothing human-made stands a chance for long. Unlike the dry climates of Egypt or the rocky landscapes of Greece, the Amazon does not allow monuments to endure. Instead, it reclaims them, layer by layer, until the jungle itself appears to be the only builder. This relentless cycle of growth and decay has tricked generations of explorers. Early expeditions that reported villages and cities along the riverbanks returned decades later to find nothing but forest. Archaeologists searching for ruins came up empty, finding no temples, no statues, no monumental stonework that could rival the Andes or Mesoamerica. The jungle had performed its illusion perfectly, erasing human presence as though it had never existed. And so the myth of the pristine wilderness was born, a myth reinforced by the very invisibility of its past. Yet invisibility is not the same as absence. Beneath the thick canopy, the land itself holds the fingerprints of human hands. Raised fields, hidden canals, and vast networks of roads still exist, though buried under centuries of soil and roots. Massive earthworks, circles, squares, and interconnected lines are carved into the ground, their geometry now only visible from above. The jungle may disguise, but it does not destroy completely. Its disguise is a temporary veil, not a permanent erasure. The very fertility of the forest adds to this illusion. The Amazon is one of the most biodiverse regions on Earth, with species of plants and animals so numerous that many remain undiscovered. This abundance seems natural, a chaotic explosion of life untouched by humanity. But recent research suggests that much of this biodiversity was shaped by ancient peoples. Nut trees, fruit trees, and medicinal plants are distributed in patterns that hint at deliberate cultivation. The forest itself may be, in part, a living artifact, designed and modified over millennia. What looks like untouched wilderness may, in fact, be a carefully crafted landscape. Still, for much of history, explorers and scientists could not see through the disguise. The forest's density overwhelmed the senses. Imagine walking for days with only a few feet of visibility, surrounded by towering walls of green, each tree and vine blending into the next. In such a place, even the ruins of a vast city could remain unseen, hidden in plain sight. Without aerial technology or satellite mapping, the human eye simply could not penetrate the jungle's camouflage. The illusion was so complete that scholars dismissed eyewitness accounts of great cities as lies or exaggerations. This natural disguise also explains why indigenous oral traditions were misunderstood. When local people spoke of ancestral cities or ceremonial sites, outsiders saw only forest and assumed these tales were symbolic or mythological. They could not conceive that the jungle itself had buried the truth. To the people who lived there, the forest was not empty. It was alive with memory, a living archive of their ancestors' work. To outsiders, however, it was silence. The speed of this disguise is staggering. In the tropics, a single year of neglect can render farmland unrecognizable. In just a few decades, entire villages can be erased by regrowth. Consider the ruins of more recent settlements. Rubber boomtowns abandoned in the early 20th century have already been overtaken by the forest, their buildings reduced to shadows beneath moss and vines. If modern towns can vanish in a century, what chance did the ancient ones have after centuries, even millennia, of abandonment? This raises a haunting thought. How many cities remain hidden even now? The Amazon covers more than 5.5 million square kilometers, an expanse so vast that it dwarfs entire continents. If only a fraction of that land holds buried ruins, then the scale of human history hidden beneath the trees could rival anything found in the Old World. The Great Green Disguise may be the largest cover-up in natural history, not intentional but no less effective. And yet, the disguise is not perfect. Modern technologies like LiDAR are beginning to pierce the canopy, stripping away the layers of green to reveal the ground beneath. For the first time, archaeologists can see the outlines of plazas, pyramids, and roadways without cutting down a single tree. What the human eye could not detect, lasers and satellites can now expose. The illusion is breaking, and with each revelation, the myth of the empty Amazon grows weaker. The Great Green Disguise teaches us a profound lesson about history. What we see is not always what is true. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. The forest may have hidden its cities, but it could not erase them entirely. They remain, sleeping beneath the roots, waiting for rediscovery. And now, as the canopy is lifted by technology, we are only beginning to grasp the scale of what has been concealed. The jungle is not just a backdrop to history, it is an active participant, both preserving and erasing, both hiding and revealing. Its power to disguise is unmatched, But that disguise is finally being undone. The question is no longer whether civilizations once thrived here, but how many, how vast, and how advanced they truly were. The green veil is lifting, and behind it, a forgotten world is emerging. For centuries, scholars dismissed the Amazon as a place too wild, too untamable, and too infertile to sustain great civilizations. The prevailing belief was that its soil, the lifeblood of any farming society, was simply too poor. Tropical rains washed away nutrients, leaving behind thin, acidic earth incapable of supporting large populations. To sustain empires, you needed the fertile floodplains of the Nile, the rich valleys of Mesopotamia, or the volcanic soils of Mesoamerica. By contrast, the Amazon seemed doomed to small, scattered bands of hunter-gatherers. At least, that is what science once told us. But then came a discovery that changed everything: terra preta, or dark earth. At first glance, terra preta looks unremarkable, just dark, almost black soil scattered in patches across the Amazon basin. Yet beneath that humble appearance lies one of the most astonishing human creations in the history of agriculture. Unlike the thin, nutrient-poor soil surrounding it, terra preta is incredibly fertile. It teems with organic matter, carbon, and nutrients that allow crops to thrive year after year. In some places, terra preta has sustained farming for centuries without the need for fertilizers, something modern industrial agriculture can scarcely achieve. The very existence of this soil suggested something extraordinary. The Amazon's environment was not a limitation to civilization, but the result of deliberate human engineering. The story of terra preta begins with ancient Amazonians who refused to accept the jungle's natural limits. They experimented, adapted, and transformed their world in ways we are only beginning to understand. Archaeologists believe they created this soil through the addition of charcoal, bone, food waste, and organic matter. By slowly burning wood and plant material at low temperatures, a process known today as pyrolysis, they produced a stable form of carbon that, when mixed into the earth, prevented nutrients from washing away. The result was a self-renewing soil that could last for thousands of years. Terra preta is not a product of nature. It is a technology. The implications are staggering. If ancient peoples could modify the very ground beneath their feet, they could feed large populations, build cities, and sustain complex societies. No longer constrained by poor soils, the Amazon could support thriving urban centers, trade networks, and ceremonial complexes. Terra preta was not just agriculture. It was the foundation of civilization in the rainforest. The scale of this discovery is equally astonishing. Patches of terra preta are not rare or isolated. They are found across vast stretches of the Amazon, from Brazil to Bolivia to Peru. Some cover areas as large as modern cities, hinting that these soils were intentionally created to support large populations. Estimates suggest that millions of people could have lived in these regions at the height of their development. The rainforest we see today, dense, wild, and natural, may in fact be the overgrown remains of an enormous cultural landscape. For modern science, terra preta is both a revelation and a puzzle. It challenges the long-standing myth of the virgin Amazon, an untouched wilderness that existed outside the realm of civilization. Instead, it points to a past where humans not only lived in the jungle but reshaped it on a massive scale. It forces us to reconsider what it means to build a city. In the Old World, cities were carved in stone and raised in brick. In the Amazon, cities may have been rooted in the soil itself, their foundations not monuments but fertile earth. Even today, scientists are trying to unlock the secrets of terra preta. Despite advances in soil science, we still cannot fully replicate its properties in the laboratory. Modern attempts to create biochar soils mimic the process but fall short of terra preta's long-term fertility. How did ancient Amazonians, without metal tools or modern chemistry, manage to engineer a substance that remains productive for centuries? Was it a matter of trial and error, passed down through generations, or was it knowledge derived from a deeper understanding of ecology? The mystery deepens when we consider its longevity. Some samples of terra preta date back more than 2,000 years, yet they remain rich and fertile. Unlike modern farmlands that degrade after decades of intensive use, terra preta seems to improve over time, almost as if it is alive. Microorganisms thrive in it, creating a self-sustaining ecosystem that continually recycles nutrients. This suggests that ancient Amazonians did not just create soil, they created a living technology. Terra preta also reframes how we view indigenous knowledge. For centuries, European explorers described the Amazon as hostile, its people primitive and scattered. But this dark earth reveals a different story, one of sophisticated land management, environmental engineering, and sustainable practices that rival anything achieved in the so-called cradles of civilization. The forest was not conquered by brute force. It was partnered with, shaped through a balance of human ingenuity and ecological wisdom. Consider the ripple effects of this revelation. If vast populations once thrived on terra preta, then the Amazon was not sparsely populated, as long assumed, but densely settled. When European diseases swept through the Americas after contact, they may have devastated millions in the Amazon basin, leaving behind silence and ruins quickly swallowed by the forest. Terra preta is the silent witness to this vanished world, a reminder that the emptiness early explorers saw was not natural but catastrophic, the aftermath of collapse. This discovery has also sparked modern debates about the future. As the world grapples with climate change and soil depletion, scientists are looking to terra preta for solutions. Its carbon-rich composition not only sustains crops but also locks away carbon for centuries, offering a potential weapon against greenhouse gases. If we could fully replicate this ancient technology, it might help us feed billions while healing the planet. The irony is sharp. In seeking answers for the future, we may need to look to the forgotten wisdom of a people once dismissed as primitive. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of terra preta is the way it blurs the line between nature and culture. Walk through the Amazon today, and you might be surrounded by towering trees, exotic animals, and endless greenery. It feels like pure wilderness. Yet beneath your feet, the soil itself may be an artifact, created by human hands centuries ago. The forest is not just natural. It is a palimpsest, a living memory of those who shaped it. The Amazon is not untouched. It is haunted. Terra preta shattered the myth of the empty jungle. It proved that the Amazon was not a place where civilization could not exist, but a place where it flourished in ways so different, so subtle, and so ingenious that outsiders mistook it for wilderness. It is the first key in unlocking the hidden story of the rainforest, a story written not in stone or gold but in soil. And as we continue to uncover its secrets, we are forced to ask, what else lies buried beneath the canopy, waiting for rediscovery? When the first European explorers pushed into the heart of the Amazon, they expected wilderness, untamed jungle, scattered tribes, and little else. What they encountered instead startled them. Along rivers and floodplains, they reported seeing bustling villages, elaborate ceremonial centers, and fields that stretched further than the eye could see. Some spoke of road networks, marketplaces, and communities numbering in the tens of thousands. These eyewitness accounts, written in the 16th and 17th centuries, painted a picture of the Amazon as a land not of emptiness but of abundance and civilization. And yet, for centuries, these reports were dismissed as exaggerations, even fabrications. Only now, with modern archaeological evidence, are we beginning to understand how close these explorers may have been to the truth. One of the earliest and most controversial accounts came from Francisco de Orellana, the Spanish explorer who in 1542 became the first European to navigate the length of the Amazon River. According to chroniclers who traveled with him, Orellana described immense populations living along the riverbanks. He spoke of towns that extended for miles, fortified settlements, and fields of crops cultivated on an enormous scale. He even claimed to have encountered fierce women warriors, whom his party compared to the Amazons of Greek legend, giving the great river its modern name. To his contemporaries, these descriptions were tantalizing but suspicious. The idea that a vast civilization thrived in the rainforest contradicted the prevailing European belief that such lands were inhospitable to advanced societies. Later explorers, retracing Orellana's route, found nothing resembling the great cities he described. Where he spoke of villages and towns, they saw only thick forest and scattered communities. The jungle had reclaimed the land so completely that it seemed impossible such cities had ever existed. As a result, Orellana's account was branded a lie, a desperate attempt to glorify his perilous journey or secure royal funding by exaggerating his discoveries. For centuries, his reports languished in obscurity, filed away as another story of New World fantasy. Yet Orellana was not alone. Other explorers, missionaries, and colonists left behind accounts of thriving societies in the Amazon basin. Jesuit missionaries wrote of densely populated regions where indigenous groups practiced organized agriculture, trade, and governance. Some documents describe elaborate religious ceremonies, hierarchical social structures, and advanced knowledge of the forest's resources. These records, though fragmentary, echoed Orellana's claims. The Amazon was not empty, but filled with life and culture. Why then were these accounts so easily dismissed? Part of the reason lies in timing. By the late 16th century, European diseases, smallpox, influenza, measles, had already begun devastating indigenous populations. Whole communities collapsed within decades, leaving behind silence where once there had been cities. When later expeditions arrived, they encountered only the ruins of what had been, ruins already consumed by the jungle's relentless growth. The contrast between Orellana's descriptions and what later explorers saw seemed irreconcilable. Few considered that both could be true, that thriving societies had existed, only to be wiped out in a matter of years by epidemics and collapse. The psychology of colonialism also played a role. To justify conquest, exploitation, and missionary work, European powers often downplayed the sophistication of indigenous peoples. Admitting the existence of advanced civilizations in the Amazon would challenge the narrative of primitive natives awaiting European salvation. It was more convenient to dismiss eyewitness reports as fantasy than to accept that the jungle had once been home to millions of people. Modern archaeology, however, has begun to vindicate these early accounts. The discovery of Terra Preta shows that large-scale agriculture was possible. LiDAR surveys now reveal the outlines of vast settlements hidden beneath the canopy. Grid-like streets, ceremonial mounds, defensive walls, and causeways stretching for miles. These findings suggest that Orellana and others may have been describing real societies that collapsed so quickly after European contact that later explorers assumed they had never existed. What once seemed impossible now appears increasingly plausible. The skepticism toward these early accounts illustrates how fragile historical memory can be. For centuries, the accepted story was one of emptiness, wilderness, and scattered tribes. Only in recent decades have we begun to reassess, piecing together evidence that supports what those first Europeans actually saw. Orellana may not have been lying. He may have been the only outsider to witness a flourishing Amazonian civilization before its tragic collapse. This realization reframes the way we view the forest today. Imagine standing in Orellana's place, drifting down the great river and seeing city after city unfold before you. Villages connected by roads, fields of cassava and maize stretching outward, temples rising above the canopy, smoke rising from hearths along the riverbanks. Now imagine returning 50 years later, only to find silence and trees. The jungle would have swallowed everything, leaving no trace but memory and myth. The tragedy of these lost societies is matched only by the resilience of their legacy. Indigenous oral traditions still recall great ancestors and powerful settlements. Rituals, farming practices, and even place names preserve echoes of a time when the Amazon teemed with life. Modern science is finally beginning to hear what was long dismissed as legend, matching stories to physical evidence buried beneath the soil. These eyewitness accounts serve as a bridge between the visible present and the invisible past. They remind us that the Amazon we see today, a vast, seemingly untouched wilderness, may be only a shadow of what it once was. The explorers' words, once ridiculed, now gain weight with every new discovery. The jungle has always hidden its secrets well, but the written memories of those who glimpsed its past provide vital clues to unlocking the truth. What is perhaps most haunting is the thought of how much was lost in the span of just a few generations. If Orellana truly saw great cities along the river, then their disappearance was not the result of slow decline, but sudden catastrophe. Epidemics, colonial violence, and ecological collapse converged to erase civilizations so thoroughly that their existence seemed unbelievable. The Amazon did not simply erase them, the world forgot them. And so, the eyewitnesses stand vindicated at last. Their words, once dismissed as fantasy, now take on the weight of testimony. They were not liars, but the last outsiders to glimpse a world that no longer exists. Their stories, when read alongside the soil, the earthworks, and the ruins uncovered by modern science, give us a window into a civilization rediscovered too late. Gold. The word alone was enough to send shockwaves through the minds of conquistadors, merchants, and kings. When rumors spread that somewhere deep within the South American wilderness lay cities made of gold, the imagination of Europe caught fire. This was the legend of El Dorado, the Gilded One, a myth that blended truth, exaggeration, and desperation into a story so powerful it drove men to madness. And at the heart of this legend, intertwined with half-truths and forgotten memories, was the Amazon itself. The question that haunted explorers for centuries was simple. Did the jungle once cradle golden cities, or was it all a mirage born of greed and misunderstanding? The origins of El Dorado lie not in cities, but in ritual. Indigenous traditions in the Andes described a king or chief who, in acts of devotion, covered his body in gold dust and bathed in sacred lakes. This Gilded One, was said to be so resplendent in his offering that Spanish chroniclers transformed him from a ritual figure into a king ruling a golden empire. Stories mutated with every retelling. Soon, El Dorado was no longer a man, but a city. Later, it became an entire kingdom. And by the time European imaginations had fully seized upon it, El Dorado was a sprawling golden utopia hidden somewhere in the vast, unmapped interior of South America. The Amazon, with its impenetrable forests and unexplored rivers, became the perfect canvas for this myth. Early reports of popular settlements, shining ornaments, and advanced societies gave fuel to the legend. Francisco de Orellana's descriptions of thriving cities along the river seemed to confirm that there was something magnificent hidden in the green heart of the continent. Every fragment of indigenous oral tradition, every piece of gold jewelry found in the hands of local peoples, became evidence of El Dorado's existence. Expeditions launched again and again, each driven by the intoxicating promise of unimaginable wealth. Men like Gonzalo Pizarro and Pedro de Ursua led hundreds into the jungle, convinced they were on the cusp of uncovering a golden empire. Most of these journeys ended in disaster, disease, starvation, betrayal, and death. The jungle devoured them, as it devoured everything. Yet even as bodies piled high, the myth refused to die. The harder the truth became to grasp, the brighter the illusions seemed to glow. But behind the fever dream of golden cities lay something far more profound. Indigenous peoples of the Amazon did, in fact, work with gold, crafting ornaments, jewelry, and ceremonial items of extraordinary beauty. Their societies valued the metal not for its accumulation, but for its symbolic and spiritual power. To Europeans, however, gold was the lifeblood of empire. They could not comprehend cultures where gold was sacred rather than currency, where wealth was measured in fertility of land and knowledge of the forest rather than in precious metals. In this cultural misunderstanding, a ritual became a legend, and a legend became a global obsession. The myth of El Dorado had devastating consequences. It drove countless expeditions deeper into the Amazon, leaving trails of destruction in their wake. Villages were burned, people enslaved, and ecosystems ravaged, all in pursuit of something that did not exist in the form Europeans imagined. The hunger for gold blinded explorers to the true riches of the Amazon, its fertile soils, its biodiversity, its vast networks of trade and culture. They sought monuments of stone and treasure hoards of metal, and because they did not find them, they declared the jungle barren. In their disappointment, they overlooked the hidden cities beneath their feet. Yet the persistence of the El Dorado myth reveals something important about human psychology. The idea of a hidden golden city resonates not only with greed but with a deeper yearning, the hope that somewhere in the unknown lies a place of ultimate wonder, a place that defies the limitations of the world we know. In a way, El Dorado became a symbol of possibility, a projection of dreams onto the blank map of the Amazon. What modern archaeology has uncovered complicates the story further. While no golden empire has ever been found, evidence of vast civilizations in the Amazon is undeniable. The earthworks, the terra preta, the remnants of urban planning, all point to societies that were advanced, populous, and resourceful. Could the legends of El Dorado have been distorted memories of these real cities, filtered through the eyes of conquistadors who could only interpret sophistication in terms of gold? If so, then perhaps the explorers were both wrong and right. They were wrong to believe in cities paved with precious metal, but right to suspect that something extraordinary was hidden in the jungle. The El Dorado legend also played a role in erasing Amazonian history. Because explorers searched for wealth in gold rather than wealth in culture, they ignored and dismissed the very evidence that could have revealed the truth. When they failed to find golden palaces, they concluded that Orellana's accounts were lies, that the jungle was empty. The myth blinded them twice, once with the promise of riches, and again with the illusion of absence. Today, El Dorado remains a powerful story. It appears in films, novels, and documentaries, a symbol of mystery and obsession. But in the context of forbidden archaeology, it serves as a cautionary tale. The golden cities never existed in the way conquistadors imagined, but the civilizations they dismissed were real, and perhaps even more impressive in their ingenuity. Their wealth was not measured in metal, but in knowledge, the creation of fertile soil, the engineering of vast earthworks, and the ability to thrive in the most challenging environment on Earth. The legend of El Dorado, then, is not just a story of greed and failure. It is also a distorted memory of something real, a faint echo of cities now lost beneath the forest canopy. In chasing gold, the explorers missed the true treasure, the legacy of a people who mastered the jungle itself. And now, As satellites and lasers peeled back the green disguise, we may finally be glimpsing the reality behind the myth, a revelation that gold was never the true prize of the Amazon. The myth has endured because it speaks to something universal. Humans crave discovery, the idea that the world still holds secrets beyond our grasp. El Dorado promised that in the vastness of the Amazon, hidden wonders awaited. Today, archaeology is proving that this promise was not entirely false. The wonders are there, but they are made of earth, soil, and memory, not of gold. For centuries, the Amazon was framed through the eyes of outsiders, explorers, missionaries, naturalists, and later scientists who often dismissed what they did not understand. They came armed with their own assumptions, that civilization could only be measured by stone monuments, written texts, or towering temples. When they did not see these in the jungle, they concluded there was nothing to be found. But for the people who had always lived there, the story was different. Indigenous traditions preserved memories of great ancestors, vast gatherings, ceremonial centers, and landscapes carefully shaped by human hands. These traditions spoke not of emptiness, but of presence. The clash between indigenous knowledge and Western skepticism became one of the most important, and tragic, battles in the history of Amazonian archaeology. To indigenous communities, the forest is not just nature. It is memory, inheritance, and living archive. Sacred stories describe journeys of ancestors who founded settlements, cleared fields, and built earthworks. Ritual songs recount migrations along rivers, alliances between peoples, and the creation of fertile soils. Oral traditions carry maps, encoded in narrative, that describe where ancient centers once stood. For centuries, these stories were the libraries of the Amazon, containing knowledge of history, environment, and survival. Yet when Europeans heard these stories, they often interpreted them as myths, legends detached from fact. Missionaries recorded tales of ancestral cities but dismissed them as symbolic allegories, not historical accounts. Naturalists noted patterns of plant distribution but failed to recognize them as evidence of ancient cultivation. Even in the 20th century, professional archaeologists largely ignored indigenous voices, preferring instead the scientific assumption that the Amazon was a cultural backwater. In this dismissal, an entire body of knowledge, thousands of years in the making, was marginalized. The irony is that indigenous traditions were often far more accurate than the speculations of outsiders. When local people insisted that certain patches of dark soil were ancient and human-made, their claims were ignored, until soil scientists rediscovered terra preta and confirmed its human origins. When they described raised fields, canals, and ceremonial sites in the forest, these were dismissed, until aerial surveys revealed massive earthworks and geoglyphs matching those descriptions. Time and again, indigenous memory has proven itself to be not legend, but testimony. Why, then, was Western skepticism so strong? Part of the reason lies in cultural bias. To European eyes, civilization was synonymous with stone. The Maya, the Inca, and the Aztecs were recognized as great societies precisely because their monuments were carved into mountainsides and built from blocks that survived the centuries. The Amazon, by contrast, left few such remains. Its architecture was of wood, clay, and earth, materials no match for the relentless jungle. To Europeans, the absence of stone equaled the absence of civilization. This was not science, but ethnocentrism, a failure to see sophistication in forms different from their own. The other reason was political. The narrative of an empty or primitive Amazon served the interests of colonizers. If the land was seen as barren or its people as unsophisticated, it could be more easily claimed, exploited, and justified as terra nullius, land belonging to no one. To admit that the Amazon had once hosted vast, organized societies would undermine this narrative and complicate colonial ambitions. Thus, indigenous knowledge was not just ignored but actively suppressed. Despite this, native traditions endured. In songs, dances, and oral histories, the memory of lost cities survived, even when the forest reclaimed their physical traces. Among some groups, sacred sites are still avoided or venerated as places where powerful ancestors once lived. In others, myths of sky roads or serpent-like rivers echo the memory of ancient causeways and canals. To dismiss these traditions as fantasy is to miss the profound truth they encode, that the Amazon is a cultural landscape, shaped and remembered by its people. The tension between skepticism and knowledge continued into the modern era. In the mid-20th century, anthropologists like Betty Meggers argued forcefully that the Amazon could never sustain complex societies, citing its poor soils as evidence. Her work reinforced the belief that reports of ancient cities were impossible. Yet at the very same time, indigenous communities continued to insist on their historical depth, telling archaeologists about ancestral centers long forgotten by outsiders. Only with the rise of new technologies like LiDAR and geospatial mapping did archaeology finally begin to confirm what had been said all along. The elders, the storytellers, and the memory keepers were right. This realization raises important questions. How much other knowledge has been overlooked simply because it does not fit Western models? How many other civilizations, environments, or technologies remain hidden because we refuse to take indigenous testimony seriously? The story of the Amazon is not just about lost cities. It is about the arrogance of dismissing those who have lived with the forest for generations. The clash between skepticism and tradition also reveals a deeper truth about how history is written. Western accounts have long dominated the narrative, framing the Amazon as wilderness until discovered by science. But indigenous peoples never needed discovery. They were always aware of their past, carrying it forward in stories and practices. To reclaim this past, archaeology must do more than dig in the soil. It must also listen to the voices that were silenced for centuries. The resurgence of indigenous knowledge is transforming the field today. Collaborations between archaeologists and native communities are uncovering hidden sites, guided by oral maps and cultural memory. Local knowledge of plants and soils has revealed patterns invisible to outsiders. Ritual traditions provide context for the meaning of earthworks and geoglyphs. Slowly, the two streams of knowledge, scientific and ancestral, are converging to paint a fuller picture of the Amazon's history. In the end, the greatest mystery of the Amazon may not be its lost cities, but the fact that their memory survived at all. Even after centuries of devastation, disease, and dismissal, the voices of the forest still remember. They remind us that history is not only carved in stone or written on parchment. It can live in soil, in song, and in the living knowledge of those who refuse to forget. When Europeans first entered the Americas, they brought more than curiosity, conquest, and ambition. They carried invisible invaders that would reshape the world forever. Smallpox, influenza, measles, and a host of other diseases traveled ahead of colonizers, spreading silently through populations with no immunity. In the Amazon, these pathogens wrought devastation on an unimaginable scale. Entire communities were wiped out in a matter of months, their villages abandoned, their crops untended, their ceremonial centers left to crumble beneath the relentless jungle canopy. What explorers encountered in later years, a seemingly empty wilderness, was not evidence of an uninhabited forest, but the aftermath of catastrophe. Historical accounts and modern epidemiology suggest that mortality rates from these diseases reached 90% in some areas. Populations that had thrived for centuries, cultivating terra preta, building ceremonial earthworks, and organizing trade networks, were decimated almost overnight. Survivors fled deeper into the forest, seeking refuge from the invisible killers, abandoning towns and fields that had taken generations to construct. The sudden collapse created a ghost landscape, a living environment that appeared wild, uninhabited, and empty to the eyes of outsiders. The speed of this demographic collapse is almost unimaginable. Unlike in Europe, where repeated exposure over centuries allowed populations to build partial immunity, indigenous peoples of the Amazon had no prior experience with these diseases. A single infected traveler could initiate a chain reaction, spreading illness along rivers and pathways that connected communities. By the time European chroniclers or explorers arrived to record what they saw, the population had already been drastically reduced, leaving little trace of the societies that had flourished there. The great cities, fields, and roads described by early eyewitnesses were gone, leaving only the forest's reclamation as evidence of what had existed. This biological catastrophe explains the persistent contradictions in historical records. Francisco de Orellana's accounts of populous towns along the Amazon seemed almost fantastical when later expeditions encountered only scattered, small villages. For decades, historians debated whether Orellana had exaggerated, or whether his claims were outright fabrications. Today, however, we understand that both accounts were likely true. Orellana saw thriving cities, and decades later, explorers saw their absence, not because the cities never existed, but because they had been erased by disease and collapse. The collapse also had profound social and cultural consequences. With the death of so many elders and knowledge keepers, much of the oral history, agricultural expertise, and ritual practices associated with these societies were lost. Fields of terra preta went untended, canals and raised roads fell into disrepair, ceremonial centers were reclaimed by the forest. The loss of population meant the loss of labor and organizational capacity, making it impossible for survivors to maintain complex infrastructure. In a sense, the jungle itself completed what disease began, swallowing settlements whole and leaving the impression that the Amazon had always been uninhabited. The impact of this collapse was not limited to individual settlements. It reshaped the landscape of the entire region. Without human management, forests grew denser, rivers shifted, and the carefully constructed mosaic of cultivated and wild lands returned to a more natural state. Species that had been encouraged or dispersed by human activity adjusted to the sudden absence of people. What modern scientists often describe as pristine wilderness is in many ways a second-order forest, an ecosystem rebuilt in the shadow of collapse. The Amazon's current appearance is a haunting testimony to what was lost, a civilization hidden not only by foliage but by the silence imposed by death. Archaeological research increasingly confirms the scale of this tragedy. LiDAR scans reveal remnants of roads, plazas, and settlements, many of which would have required significant labor to construct and maintain. When overlaying these findings with historical records, it becomes clear that the Amazon supported large, organized populations that were wiped out rapidly after European contact. The combination of disease, displacement, and environmental reclamation created the illusion of emptiness that persisted for centuries. The role of disease also underscores the danger of judging past civilizations solely by what survives. In many cases, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, it is evidence of erasure. The Amazonian collapse serves as a cautionary tale about the fragility of human societies when faced with catastrophic forces, whether biological, environmental, or political. The silence of the forest should not be mistaken for proof that these societies never existed. Beyond the physical and demographic impact, there was also a profound psychological effect. European conquerors were often astonished by the apparent lack of resistance or structured society, interpreting it as confirmation of their belief in an empty wilderness. In truth, they were witnessing the aftermath of devastation, misreading catastrophe as natural absence. The epidemic, combined with subsequent colonization, created a historical blind spot that has only recently begun to be corrected through archaeology, indigenous testimony, and modern technology. The suddenness of the collapse also amplified the mystery surrounding the Amazon. By erasing cities, fields, and roads, disease created a gap in the historical record. Future generations, lacking evidence and encountering only thick jungle, concluded that the forest had never supported large populations. This perception persisted for centuries, shaping the dominant narrative of an empty, untouched Amazon. Only now, with the careful reconstruction of ecological and archaeological evidence, are we beginning to fill in the gaps and restore a truer picture of what was lost. In reflecting on this catastrophic period, one is struck by the fragility and resilience of human societies alike. The civilizations of the Amazon were sophisticated, creative, and capable of thriving in one of the most challenging environments on Earth. Yet, in a matter of years, their existence was nearly erased, not through warfare, not through failure, but through the invisible force of disease. And still, beneath the canopy, traces of their ingenuity endure: fertile terra preta soils, hidden earthworks, and the enduring stories preserved by indigenous descendants. The evidence reminds us that the Amazon's history is far richer than appearances suggest. The collapse after European contact is thus central to understanding the mystery of the Amazon. It explains why eyewitness accounts were doubted, why myths of emptiness prevailed, and why modern discoveries feel so astonishing. The rainforest silence is not emptiness. It is testimony to survival, loss, and the remarkable ability of the forest to both preserve and conceal. As we uncover its hidden cities, we are not only discovering architecture or agriculture, we are witnessing the echoes of a civilization nearly lost to time, waiting patiently beneath the green veil for the world to finally see what has always been there. For centuries, the Amazon was considered a wilderness too dense, too hostile, and too remote to have supported complex civilizations. The prevailing belief held that its rivers, swamps, and thick canopy could sustain only small, scattered tribes living in relative isolation. This notion persisted until the 20th century, when modern archaeology began to challenge long-held assumptions. The first systematic expeditions into the rainforest, often conducted under extreme conditions, revealed traces of human ingenuity that had been concealed for centuries. Archaeologists uncovered remnants of settlements, ceremonial earthworks, and evidence of sophisticated land management that forced a radical reconsideration of the Amazon's history. One of the earliest modern explorers to hint at a more complex past was the British naturalist Richard Spruce, who traveled extensively through the Amazon in the mid-1800s. While his primary focus was botanical, Spruce noted patterns in plant distribution and the presence of dark, fertile soils that suggested human intervention. He observed circular clearings, raised fields, and clusters of cultivated plants that did not seem entirely natural. Spruce's meticulous records hinted that ancient peoples may have shaped the forest in ways Europeans had failed to comprehend. Yet, in his time, these observations were often overlooked, considered anomalies rather than evidence of large-scale human activity. In the 20th century, anthropologists and archaeologists began returning to the Amazon with more sophisticated methods. Researchers like Betty Meggers and her colleagues initially argued that the forest could not have supported large populations, attributing signs of habitation to small, scattered groups. However, others, such as Betty J. Meggers' critics and later field teams, noted extensive evidence of raised fields, canals, and geometric earthworks known as geoglyphs. These structures were often massive in scale, requiring coordinated labor, planning, and knowledge of hydrology and agriculture. They revealed a society far more complex than previously imagined, contradicting the assumption of an empty rainforest. In the 1970s and 1980s, aerial surveys began to revolutionize the field. Small planes equipped with cameras and early remote sensing technology allowed archaeologists to detect patterns invisible from the ground. Researchers discovered geometric shapes, causeways, and settlement layouts spanning kilometers, often hidden beneath the canopy. These discoveries provided the first concrete visual evidence of urban planning and large-scale construction, confirming suspicions long dismissed by skeptics. It became clear that the Amazon was not merely a passive wilderness but had been actively engineered to support substantial human populations. One of the most striking early finds involved the discovery of raised fields, also called camelones, in regions of Bolivia and Peru. These elongated mounds of earth, often several meters wide and elevated above floodplains, were used to cultivate crops in seasonally inundated areas. Such engineering demonstrated an advanced understanding of the environment and the capacity to manipulate it sustainably. Raised fields not only increased arable land but also enhanced drainage and soil fertility, allowing communities to thrive where European observers had assumed survival was impossible. In Brazil, the discovery of massive geoglyphs, intricate geometric patterns carved into the earth, added another layer of evidence. Many of these structures consist of ditches, raised embankments, and circular or rectangular layouts extending over vast areas. LODAR scans have since revealed hundreds of these geoglyphs, often aligned with ceremonial or communal spaces, indicating that the region supported coordinated societies capable of complex planning. The scale and precision of these constructions challenged the notion that the Amazon had ever been empty. Excavations also uncovered artifacts that further confirmed advanced settlement. Pottery shards, tools, and ceremonial items suggest a high degree of craftsmanship and social organization. Many artifacts bear symbolic designs, hinting at spiritual or religious practices. Together with the engineered landscapes, these findings portray societies that were not merely surviving, they were thriving, managing resources intelligently, and creating cultural systems with sophistication rivaling civilizations in other parts of the world. The role of terra preta cannot be understated in these modern discoveries. When archaeologists encountered patches of dark, fertile soil in conjunction with settlement ruins, they realized that ancient populations had engineered the land to sustain high-density communities. These soils, coupled with raised fields and water management systems, indicate long-term planning and ecological mastery. In essence, modern archaeologists were uncovering a network of urban centers built not of stone, but of soil, water, and living plants, a civilization intimately intertwined with its environment. Technological advances like LODAR have exponentially accelerated discoveries in the 21st century. By scanning beneath the forest canopy, researchers have revealed entire settlement grids, road networks, and ceremonial plazas previously invisible to the naked eye. In some areas, these cities stretch for dozens of kilometers, with patterns of habitation, agriculture, and transportation meticulously organized. The Amazon, long thought to be a wilderness devoid of civilization, is emerging as a landscape once densely populated, carefully managed, and culturally rich. These modern expeditions have not only rewritten the history of the Amazon, they have also forced scholars to re-evaluate the myths surrounding its past. The legend of El Dorado, the skepticism of early explorers, and the assumptions about environmental limitations all fall apart in the face of tangible evidence. What was once dismissed as improbable is now recognized as entirely plausible, that the Amazon, far from being empty, hosted sophisticated societies capable of shaping the environment, sustaining large populations, and creating cultural legacies that persist beneath the jungle floor. Perhaps the most profound realization from these modern expeditions is the sheer scale of what has been uncovered. The settlements are not isolated. They form networks, connected by roads, waterways, and trade routes. The Amazon was not a collection of small, isolated communities, but a complex, interlinked civilization with social, economic, and spiritual dimensions. In uncovering these cities, archaeologists are not simply rewriting maps, they are challenging centuries of assumptions, revealing a past that was hidden, erased, and misinterpreted for generations. As the jungle slowly yields its secrets, one lesson becomes clear: the Amazon is a palimpsest, a living archive of human ingenuity. Modern archaeology has begun to decode its layers, revealing a story of civilization that defies previous understanding. Each excavation, each lidar scan, and each soil analysis adds another piece to the puzzle, confirming what indigenous traditions and early eyewitnesses long suggested, that the Amazon was never empty, and its people were capable of feats of engineering, agriculture, and social organization that rivaled the great civilizations of the Old World. For centuries, the Amazon rainforest kept its greatest secrets well hidden. Even with modern boots on the ground, dense canopies, tangled undergrowth, and seasonal flooding made it nearly impossible to detect the full extent of ancient human settlements. For archaeologists, each expedition was like peering through a green wall that refused to yield its mysteries. Traditional surveys could only cover small areas, leaving vast tracts unexplored and leaving the question of large-scale civilizations tantalizingly unanswered. Then came a technological revolution that would change everything: lidar, or light detection and ranging. This innovation allowed scientists to see the ground beneath the canopy without cutting a single tree, revealing a hidden world that had been invisible for centuries. Lidar works by emitting rapid pulses of laser light from an aircraft toward the ground and measuring the time it takes for each pulse to return. The result is an incredibly precise three-dimensional map of the terrain, capable of distinguishing natural vegetation from human-made features. In the Amazon, this meant that ancient roads, plazas, mounds, and canals, once completely obscured by dense forest, could now be visualized in astonishing detail. Archaeologists could finally detect the outlines of settlements that had been buried, overgrown, or forgotten, providing an unprecedented window into the scale and sophistication of Amazonian civilizations. The first major lidar surveys of the Amazon revealed something extraordinary. Networks of geometric earthworks, straight roads, and causeways extending for dozens of kilometers appeared where the eye had seen only forest. Circular plazas, rectangular platforms, and symmetrical ditches indicated organized urban planning. Many of these features were interconnected, suggesting coordinated political, economic, and ceremonial systems that rivaled those of other pre-Columbian societies in the Americas. The rainforest, once thought empty, was teeming with the ghostly traces of ancient human ingenuity. Lidar has also confirmed the existence of massive cities previously unknown. Some of these sites contain hundreds of plazas and mounds, arranged with precision across landscapes that span tens of square kilometers. Elevated causeways connect distant complexes, indicating a sophisticated understanding of transportation, flood management, and regional planning. These discoveries forced archaeologists to reconsider the scale of Amazonian populations. Rather than small, isolated communities, the data suggests that millions of people may have lived in this forest, shaping the environment through agriculture, settlement construction, and infrastructure. One of the most remarkable aspects of lidar is its ability to distinguish between natural and artificial features. In areas previously surveyed on foot, irregular terrain was often dismissed as natural variation. Lidar scans, however, reveal straight lines, sharp angles, and precise geometric patterns that could not have formed without human intervention. Circular enclosures, rectangular plazas, and networked canals stand out clearly, proving that ancient Amazonians possessed an advanced understanding of engineering and landscape modification. Features that were invisible from the ground now emerge with clarity, forcing a re-evaluation of how the jungle was used and inhabited. The implications extend beyond archaeology. Lidar has also revealed how deeply humans modified the Amazonian landscape to suit their needs. Networks of raised fields, water management systems, and storage platforms indicate that the people of the Amazon were masters of sustainability. Seasonal flooding, once considered a major obstacle, was harnessed and controlled, allowing for reliable food production over vast areas. The forest itself, long assumed to be untouched wilderness, is now understood as a living record of human ingenuity, carefully shaped over centuries. One of the most compelling discoveries revealed by LIDAR is the density of these hidden settlements. In certain regions, ancient villages and ceremonial centers appear almost continuously along rivers and floodplains. Raised roads link distant communities, creating networks of trade and communication that challenge earlier assumptions about isolation in the rainforest. These interconnected sites suggest not only complex social organization but also cultural cohesion and shared technological knowledge across broad regions. For the first time, it became clear that the Amazon was a cradle of civilization on a scale previously unimagined. LIDAR has also allowed researchers to reinterpret historical accounts. Francisco de Orellana's reports of populous towns and thriving cities along the Amazon, once dismissed as exaggeration, now appear astonishingly accurate. The aerial perspective provided by LIDAR demonstrates that cities could have extended for miles, their outlines invisible from river level but unmistakable from above. It validates eyewitness testimonies long thought to be fantastical and provides concrete evidence that these societies existed and flourished before European contact. Beyond uncovering cities, LIDAR has helped identify ceremonial and spiritual landscapes. Many of the geometric earthworks appear oriented to align with rivers, waterways, or other natural features, suggesting that cosmology and ritual played a role in urban planning. Elevated platforms and plazas, some measuring hundreds of meters across, may have served as gathering spaces for markets, religious ceremonies, or political assemblies. These findings hint at complex social structures and cultural practices, offering a glimpse into the worldview of a civilization previously hidden from history. LIDAR's ability to penetrate the forest canopy also provides insights into environmental adaptation. Raised fields, canals, and terraces revealed by the scans indicate deliberate manipulation of soil and water. Communities optimize the use of floodplains, controlled drainage, and created microenvironments to enhance agriculture. Coupled with the fertility of terra preta soils, these findings demonstrate that ancient Amazonians were not passive occupants of the forest but active engineers, capable of sustaining large populations over long periods. Perhaps most striking is the scale of what has been revealed. Entire regions of the Amazon are now known to contain complex urban networks, suggesting a level of social, economic, and political sophistication that rivals the great civilizations of Mesoamerica and the Andes. LIDAR has made it possible to see the forest as it was shaped by human hands, rather than assuming it is a pristine, untouched wilderness. Each scan adds new pieces to a puzzle that was once considered unsolvable, illuminating a civilization that survived for centuries, only to be nearly erased by disease, conquest, and time. In conclusion, LIDAR technology has revolutionized the study of the Amazon. It has pierced the dense jungle canopy to reveal hidden cities, intricate road networks, ceremonial centers, and agricultural innovations. The evidence now suggests that the Amazon was home to millions of people, organized into sophisticated societies with advanced knowledge of engineering, agriculture, and social organization. Far from being an untouched wilderness, the forest is a living testament to human ingenuity, waiting to be explored and understood. LIDAR has lifted the green veil and brought to light a civilization that was long thought lost, proof that the Amazon, in all its mystery, is finally beginning to reveal its secrets. For centuries, the dense canopy of the Amazon has concealed its secrets from human eyes. Even with LIDAR, which revolutionized archaeology by piercing through foliage, the sheer scale of the rainforest meant that many areas remained inaccessible. This is where remote sensing and satellite imagery became indispensable tools, providing a bird's-eye view of the Amazon and revealing patterns that had remained invisible for centuries. By combining high-resolution satellite data with LIDAR and on-the-ground surveys, researchers have been able to identify ancient settlements, trade networks, and engineered landscapes, dramatically expanding our understanding of the complexity and scale of Amazonian civilizations. Remote sensing works by capturing electromagnetic data from space, which can then be analyzed to reveal subtle differences in vegetation, soil composition, and elevation. These differences often correspond to human activity: fields cleared for agriculture, raised roads, earthworks, or ceremonial sites. Unlike traditional exploration, satellite imagery allows researchers to cover thousands of square kilometers in a fraction of the time, revealing patterns that would take decades to detect on foot. In the Amazon, where dense jungle and flooding have long thwarted fieldwork, this technology has been nothing short of revolutionary. One of the most significant contributions of satellite imagery is the identification of settlement clusters over vast areas. Analysts can detect linear patterns that indicate ancient roads or causeways, geometric shapes suggestive of plazas or ceremonial centers, and variations in vegetation that mark cultivated fields. For example, subtle differences in canopy height and density can indicate the presence of raised fields or the remnants of earthworks. By correlating these findings with historical accounts and indigenous oral traditions, researchers have begun to map networks of settlements stretching for hundreds of kilometers, a scale previously thought impossible. Remote sensing has also uncovered evidence of trade and communication networks that linked distant communities. Straight lines cutting through the jungle often reveal ancient roads that connected villages, plazas, and ceremonial centers. These thoroughfares suggest coordinated planning, resource distribution, and social cohesion across regions that were long assumed to be isolated. Satellite imagery allows archaeologists to trace these pathways in ways that were impossible with ground surveys alone, revealing the interconnected nature of Amazonian societies. In combination with LiDAR, satellite imagery has provided unprecedented clarity about the spatial organization of ancient settlements. While LiDAR excels at revealing features beneath the forest canopy, satellite data highlights broader patterns of land use, crop cultivation, and settlement distribution. Together, these technologies create a comprehensive picture of how humans shaped the Amazon over centuries, challenging long-held assumptions about population density and urban planning. What was once dismissed as impenetrable wilderness now emerges as a landscape carefully engineered and managed by human hands. One remarkable discovery facilitated by remote sensing is the extent of ceremonial and ritual landscapes. Satellite imagery has identified clusters of mounds, circular plazas, and geometric formations aligned with rivers, topography, or celestial events. These patterns indicate that ancient Amazonians not only modified the landscape for practical purposes like agriculture, but also for spiritual and communal activities. Such findings deepen our understanding of the cultural sophistication of these societies and reveal a level of planning and organization comparable to civilizations elsewhere in the Americas. Another significant advantage of satellite-based analysis is its ability to monitor changes over time. By comparing historical images with modern data, researchers can identify areas where archaeological features are threatened by deforestation, flooding, or other environmental factors. This temporal perspective allows for proactive conservation of sites that might otherwise disappear before they can be studied. In a region as vast and environmentally dynamic as the Amazon, this capability is crucial for preserving the traces of lost civilizations. Remote sensing has also validated indigenous knowledge and oral histories. In many cases, local communities have maintained stories of settlements, sacred sites, and engineered landscapes for generations. Satellite imagery often confirms these accounts, revealing corresponding patterns of earthworks or cultivated fields. This convergence of traditional knowledge and modern technology not only enriches our understanding but also highlights the value of indigenous perspectives in reconstructing history. The combined use of LiDAR and satellite imagery has fundamentally changed how archaeologists estimate population size in the Amazon. Once assumed to be sparsely inhabited, the region is now understood to have supported dense networks of people. By analyzing settlement clusters, agricultural areas, and infrastructure revealed through remote sensing, scholars can estimate populations in the millions, a dramatic revision of earlier assumptions. This also reshapes our understanding of pre-Columbian ecology, demonstrating that the forest was not untouched but a managed environment, maintained for centuries. Remote sensing has even allowed for the discovery of previously unknown regions of terra preta. Variations in spectral signatures can indicate enriched soils, pointing researchers toward areas of intensive ancient agriculture. By mapping these zones, archaeologists gain insight into the scale and sophistication of land management practices, revealing the ingenuity of societies that thrived in what was once considered infertile terrain. These findings further challenge conventional narratives that the Amazon was a marginal landscape incapable of supporting large populations. Ultimately, the integration of satellite imagery, LiDAR, and fieldwork has transformed the study of Amazonian archaeology. It has revealed hidden cities, interconnected networks, engineered landscapes, and ceremonial complexes that were unimaginable just a few decades ago. This combination of technologies allows researchers to peel back the layers of the forest, uncovering evidence of civilizations nearly erased by disease, conquest, and time. The Amazon, long thought to be a mysterious wilderness, is increasingly recognized as a cradle of innovation, culture, and human resilience. In conclusion, remote sensing has given us the eyes to see what the jungle has long hidden. It complements LiDAR and traditional archaeology, providing both macro and micro perspectives on settlement patterns, land use, and cultural landscapes. As satellites continue to capture high-resolution imagery and technology evolves, we can expect even more revelations about the lost civilizations of the Amazon. Each discovery confirms that the rainforest is not merely a backdrop for nature but a testament to human ingenuity, history, and adaptation. The hidden cities, long swallowed by foliage and forgotten by history, are finally coming into focus, rewriting everything we thought we knew about the Amazon. Deep within the dense Amazonian rainforest, ceremonial centers stand as silent witnesses to societies that once thrived in what many believe to be an empty wilderness. For centuries, these sites were hidden beneath the canopy, their significance unknown or misunderstood. To the early explorers, missionaries, and even first archaeologists, the forest appeared chaotic and impenetrable, a place where human activity could leave only ephemeral traces. Yet beneath the green veil, ancient peoples constructed complex ceremonial centers that were not merely gathering places. They were hubs of social, spiritual, and political life, reflecting sophisticated cultural systems and a profound understanding of their environment. The discovery and study of these centers have fundamentally reshaped our perception of the Amazon, revealing it as a landscape deeply engineered and symbolically charged. Ceremonial centers often occupy strategic locations, along rivers, on elevated terrain, or near confluences of streams, where transportation and communication were easier. These sites typically feature plazas, mounds, embankments, and causeways arranged in precise geometric patterns. Aerial surveys and LiDAR scans have revealed circular and rectangular plazas, ceremonial platforms, and interconnected causeways that suggest careful planning and coordinated construction. The symmetry and scale of these earthworks indicate not only architectural skill but also a societal organization capable of mobilizing labor, coordinating rituals, and maintaining social cohesion over extended regions. One of the most striking aspects of Amazonian ceremonial centers is their scale. Some plazas span hundreds of meters in diameter, with earthen mounds rising several meters above the surrounding forest floor. These mounds were often constructed over multiple generations, suggesting continuity and sustained community effort. Excavations reveal that the mound served a variety of purposes, including religious ceremonies, social gatherings, and elite residences. The elevated platforms may have functioned as stages for rituals or marketplaces, emphasizing the interplay between social, economic, and spiritual life within these centers. Artifacts recovered from ceremonial centers provide insight into the symbolic and cultural life of the Amazonian peoples. Pottery, figurines, ornaments, and ritual paraphernalia indicate elaborate ceremonial practices and spiritual beliefs. Designs often feature geometric motifs, animals, and cosmological symbols, suggesting a worldview deeply connected to nature and the cosmos. The careful placement of artifacts within plazas and mounds points to ritualized activity, reflecting structured ceremonial calendars and the presence of social hierarchies. These objects also hint at trade and exchange networks, as certain materials originate from regions far beyond the immediate vicinity of the sites. The construction of ceremonial centers often involved sophisticated environmental management. Elevated platforms, causeways, and drainage systems demonstrate that ancient Amazonians were adept at controlling water in flood-prone regions. Raised fields near ceremonial sites ensured reliable food production, sustaining large gatherings and permanent populations. This integration of agriculture and ritual space illustrates a society in which spiritual, social, and ecological considerations were intertwined. Unlike in many other civilizations, where religious centers could exist independently of the land, Amazonian ceremonial sites were inseparable from their environment, reflecting an intimate understanding of and reliance upon the forest. The spatial organization of ceremonial centers further underscores their social significance. Large plazas provided communal spaces for gatherings, markets, or festivals, facilitating interaction among groups from different villages. Causeways and connecting roads linked distant centers, suggesting networks of influence and communication. The alignment of plazas and mounds with rivers, cardinal directions, or celestial events indicates that astronomy and cosmology played a role in site planning. These sites were not isolated monuments but part of an integrated cultural landscape that combined religion, governance, and community. The discovery of ceremonial centers has also reshaped our understanding of Amazonian population densities. Previously thought to be sparsely inhabited, the forest is now recognized as having supported large populations capable of constructing and maintaining these complex sites. Archaeologists estimate that some regions may have hosted tens of thousands of people, challenging the long-held notion that the Amazon could not sustain dense societies. These findings, supported by LiDAR and satellite imagery, demonstrate that ceremonial centers were not peripheral curiosities but central nodes in thriving, interconnected civilizations. Ceremonial centers also reveal continuity and adaptation over time. Many sites show evidence of expansion, modification, and rebuilding across centuries, reflecting resilience and flexibility in response to environmental and social pressures. As populations shifted or as climatic conditions changed, the function and layout of ceremonial spaces evolved. This adaptability suggests sophisticated social planning and the capacity to sustain cultural traditions even under changing circumstances. The persistence of ceremonial practices underscores the importance of ritual in maintaining social cohesion and transmitting knowledge across generations. Furthermore, ceremonial centers illuminate the spiritual life of Amazonian societies. The placement of mounds, plazas, and pathways suggests a cosmology intertwined with daily life. Rituals conducted in these centers likely reinforced social hierarchies, territorial claims, and cultural identity. By integrating physical space with spiritual practice, these societies demonstrated a holistic worldview in which environment, community, and ritual were inseparable. Modern research into these sites is slowly uncovering the layers of meaning embedded in the landscape, offering a glimpse into the belief systems and cultural priorities of a civilization long hidden. The significance of these centers extends beyond archaeology. They challenge centuries of assumptions about the Amazon as a primitive or marginal region. Instead, ceremonial centers testify to the intelligence, organization, and creativity of ancient Amazonian peoples. Their presence reveals a society capable of complex social, religious, and ecological management, an achievement that demands recognition alongside the great civilizations of the world. The study of these sites continues to inspire a re-evaluation of human adaptability, ingenuity, and the capacity to thrive in diverse environments. In conclusion, ceremonial centers are more than archaeological sites. They are portals into the social, spiritual, and environmental sophistication of Amazonian civilizations. Each mound, plaza, and causeway tells a story of planning, ritual, and community. Together, they reveal a networked society that thrived for centuries, leaving behind a landscape that, while reclaimed by the forest, still holds the echoes of human presence. These centers are proof that the Amazon was not an untouched wilderness but a living, engineered, and spiritually vibrant landscape, reminding us that the history of human civilization extends far beyond stone cities and written records. Across the vast Amazonian basin, one of the most remarkable discoveries reshaping our understanding of pre-Columbian civilizations is the sophisticated agricultural engineering developed by its ancient inhabitants. For centuries, explorers and early archaeologists assumed that the dense rainforest could not support large populations, attributing the apparent lack of urbanization to infertile soils and hostile environmental conditions. Yet modern research has revealed the ingenuity of Amazonian peoples in transforming the land into a highly productive, sustainable, and interconnected agricultural landscape. Raised fields, canals, and the mysterious fertile soils known as terra preta stand as testimony to a society that mastered the rainforest, contradicting centuries of assumptions about human capability in tropical environments. Raised fields, often called camelones, are one of the most striking features of Amazonian agricultural engineering. These elongated mounds of earth, sometimes stretching for hundreds of meters, were constructed above floodplains to protect crops from seasonal inundation. By elevating planting areas, ancient farmers ensured that crops such as maize, manioc, and sweet potatoes were not destroyed by flooding, while simultaneously improving drainage and aeration. Some raised fields were built with canals between them, allowing water to flow during wet periods and providing a source of aquatic resources such as fish and aquatic plants. The construction of these fields required not only physical labor but also careful planning and an understanding of hydrology, a sophisticated knowledge that enabled communities to thrive in an environment long thought unsuitable for large-scale agriculture. Canals and waterways form another critical component of Amazonian agricultural engineering. Many of these canals served dual purposes: irrigation and transportation. By controlling water flow, communities could cultivate crops more efficiently while also facilitating the movement of goods, people, and resources between settlements. Some canals connected ceremonial centers, villages, and marketplaces, forming extensive networks that integrated agriculture, trade, and social organization. The scale of these engineered waterways indicates advanced planning and cooperation among communities, suggesting that Amazonian societies were capable of large-scale coordination centuries before European contact. Perhaps the most enigmatic and extraordinary feature of Amazonian agriculture is terra preta, or black earth. These anthropogenic soils are highly fertile, enriched with charcoal, organic matter, and nutrients that persist for centuries. Unlike the surrounding infertile soils, terra preta can sustain intensive agriculture indefinitely, demonstrating an understanding of soil chemistry and ecological enhancement far beyond what European settlers imagined. The creation of terra preta involved carefully controlled burning, composting, and organic waste management, reflecting both environmental knowledge and long-term planning. These soils were often located near settlements and ceremonial centers, highlighting their importance in sustaining dense populations and complex societies. The combination of raised fields, canals, and terra preta illustrates a sophisticated system of landscape engineering. Ancient Amazonians were not simply cultivating small garden plots, they were transforming entire regions to maximize food production and ecological sustainability. These practices enabled populations to grow and thrive in environments previously assumed to be marginal. The integration of water management, soil fertility, and crop cultivation represents a holistic approach to agriculture, one that balances human needs with ecological understanding. It is a model of ingenuity, resilience, and sustainability that challenges modern assumptions about pre-industrial societies in tropical environments. Archaeological surveys have revealed that these agricultural systems were widespread, spanning vast regions of the Amazon. LiDAR and satellite imagery have detected networks of raised fields and canals stretching for kilometers, often connecting multiple settlements. This indicates that ancient communities were not isolated but part of a broader regional system of production and exchange. The distribution of terra preta soils also follows these patterns, suggesting coordinated knowledge transfer and management practices that supported long-term settlement across diverse landscapes. The implications of these discoveries extend beyond agriculture. They demonstrate that Amazonian societies possess the capacity to plan, organize, and sustain large populations over centuries. Food production supported dense urban centers, ceremonial complexes, and extensive trade networks, revealing a level of societal complexity comparable to other civilizations in the Americas. These findings challenge centuries-old misconceptions that the Amazon was a sparsely inhabited wilderness and instead highlight a landscape actively shaped by human ingenuity. Moreover, the engineering of the land was deeply intertwined with social, cultural, and spiritual life. Raised fields and canals were often located near ceremonial centers, suggesting that agriculture was integrated with ritual and governance. Control over productive lands likely conferred social status, and agricultural labor may have been organized in connection with communal or ceremonial activities. This integration of ecological mastery with social structure indicates a sophisticated understanding of both human and environmental systems. The persistence of terra preta soils also reveals an important lesson about sustainability. Unlike European agricultural practices that often led to soil exhaustion, Amazonian methods maintain fertility over centuries. This demonstrates an early understanding of regenerative agriculture and the capacity to create enduring landscapes that could support future generations. In this way, ancient Amazonians not only adapted to their environment but enhanced it, leaving a legacy of knowledge and practice that continues to inform modern ecological thinking. In conclusion, the discovery of Amazonian agricultural engineering, raised fields, canals, and terra preta reframes our understanding of the rainforest and its peoples. These systems reveal sophisticated environmental management, social coordination, and cultural integration, demonstrating that the Amazon was not an untouched wilderness but a highly organized, productive, and sustainable landscape. Through these innovations, ancient societies were able to thrive, build monumental ceremonial centers, and maintain complex networks of settlements. The ingenuity embedded in the landscape challenges assumptions about pre-Columbian life, offering a vision of human capability that is both inspiring and humbling, and proving that the jungle has been a stage for remarkable civilizations long hidden from view. The remarkable agricultural and urban landscapes of the Amazon were not created by chance or by small, scattered communities. They were the product of sophisticated social organization and coordinated labor. Constructing raised fields, canals, ceremonial centers, and extensive road networks required careful planning, significant manpower, and leadership capable of mobilizing communities across vast distances. These engineered landscapes reveal the presence of structured societies in the Amazon, societies that organized labor, allocated resources, and maintained infrastructure over centuries, all while thriving in one of the most challenging environments on Earth. Understanding the social mechanisms behind these achievements is key to appreciating the full scale of Amazonian civilization. At the heart of these accomplishments was the ability to organize labor efficiently. Building raised fields alone required the excavation of soil, the formation of elongated mounds, and the creation of canals to control water. This was not an activity that could be completed by isolated families. It demanded coordinated group effort, careful scheduling, and knowledge of both agricultural and hydrological principles. Archaeologists studying the remnants of these fields infer that labor was likely organized communally, with participation from multiple households or even entire villages. Leadership structures may have included coordinators or elders who directed work, ensuring that construction adhered to functional and spatial requirements necessary for successful cultivation. Labor organization extended beyond agriculture. Constructing ceremonial centers, with their large plazas, earthen mounds, and causeways, required even greater coordination. Each mound, sometimes hundreds of meters across, would have involved moving tons of soil, shaping embankments, and designing drainage systems to prevent erosion. This scale of construction implies not only substantial manpower but also the ability to plan projects over years, if not generations. Such undertakings suggest hierarchical or at least semi-hierarchical social structures capable of mobilizing and sustaining labor, as well as systems of knowledge transmission to ensure continuity across time. The construction and maintenance of canals further illustrate the complexity of labor organization. Canals required precise engineering to ensure water flow, prevent flooding, and facilitate transport. Excavating these channels involved coordinated digging, placement of embankments, and regular maintenance. Moreover, canals connected settlements, ceremonial centers, and agricultural zones, suggesting regional planning and cooperation among multiple communities. The labor required was not sporadic or localized. It was systemic, coordinated, and sustained, reflecting sophisticated governance and social cohesion. Social organization in the Amazon was likely intertwined with spiritual and ceremonial life. Many of the largest and most labor-intensive projects, such as plazas and mounds, are associated with ceremonial centers. The construction of such centers may have been linked to religious obligations or communal festivals, incentivizing participation and fostering social cohesion. Rituals could have served as a mechanism for organizing labor, distributing tasks, and reinforcing social hierarchies. Leaders may have derived authority not solely from coercion but from spiritual or cultural legitimacy, aligning communal effort with shared beliefs and values. Population density played a crucial role in enabling these projects. Large-scale agriculture, urban planning, and infrastructure construction require substantial labor pools. Evidence from LiDAR, satellite imagery, and excavation suggests that Amazonian settlements were much more densely populated than previously assumed. Clusters of raised fields, interconnected villages, and ceremonial centers imply populations numbering in the tens or even hundreds of thousands across certain regions. Such density would have provided the human resources necessary to build and maintain complex engineered landscapes over generations. Resource allocation was another critical aspect of social organization. The construction of ceremonial centers, agricultural terraces, and road networks demanded not only labor but also materials such as soil, wood, and stone. Managing these resources required careful planning and distribution, as well as knowledge of where materials could be sustainably extracted. Coordinating such logistics over wide areas implies systems of governance or at least collaborative decision-making structures capable of ensuring efficiency and preventing conflict over resources. Trade and exchange networks also supported labor organization. Materials, food, and tools needed for large projects were often sourced from distant locations. This required coordination among multiple communities, creating economic interdependence that reinforced social cohesion. Exchange networks may have also facilitated the dissemination of knowledge, techniques, and cultural practices, allowing innovations such as terra preta soils or raised fields to spread across regions. These networks were not incidental but central to sustaining complex societies and enabling large-scale labor projects. The role of communication cannot be overlooked. Constructing interconnected settlements, ceremonial centers, and agricultural infrastructure require the ability to convey plans, strategies, and technical knowledge across communities. This may have involved oral traditions, symbolic markers, or even early forms of record keeping. Maintaining continuity over generations required knowledge transmission mechanisms to ensure that skills, techniques, and cultural practices were preserved and implemented accurately. Without effective communication, the complexity of Amazonian landscapes could not have been realized. Furthermore, the social structures behind these labor projects were likely adaptive and resilient. Communities faced environmental challenges, such as seasonal flooding, resource scarcity, and disease. Coordinating labor under such conditions required flexibility, problem-solving, and collective decision-making. The persistence of large-scale agriculture, ceremonial centers, and road networks over centuries demonstrates that Amazonian societies were capable not only of organizing labor but also of sustaining it in the face of adversity. In conclusion, the engineered landscapes of the Amazon were the product of highly organized social systems and coordinated labor. From raised fields to canals, from ceremonial centers to interconnecting roads, these achievements reflect societies capable of planning, mobilizing, and sustaining large-scale projects. Leadership, population density, resource allocation, trade networks, communication, and cultural cohesion all played integral roles in enabling these feats. Recognizing the social mechanisms behind Amazonian engineering transforms our understanding of these civilizations, revealing them not as isolated or primitive, but as dynamic, sophisticated, and deeply resilient societies that reshaped the rainforest to support human life for centuries. Long before European contact, the Amazon was not an isolated wilderness but a vibrant network of interconnected communities, thriving through trade, exchange, and communication. These trade networks were vital for sustaining the complex civilizations that built ceremonial centers, raised fields, and intricate water management systems. Evidence from archaeological excavations, LiDAR surveys, and satellite imagery has revealed that goods, ideas, and technologies flowed across vast distances, linking settlements separated by hundreds of kilometers. The existence of such networks underscores the sophistication of Amazonian societies, demonstrating that they were not only capable of engineering their environment but also of maintaining regional cohesion and cultural continuity. Trade networks in the Amazon were multifaceted, encompassing the exchange of food, raw materials, finished goods, and ritual items. Agricultural surpluses, particularly from raised fields and fertile terra preta soils, allowed some communities to produce more than they required for local consumption. These surpluses could be traded with neighboring villages for items such as stone tools, pottery, ornaments, or specialized craft products. The exchange of goods created interdependencies among settlements, fostering social cohesion and enabling the construction and maintenance of large-scale infrastructure. Without such networks, it would have been nearly impossible to sustain dense populations or build monumental ceremonial centers across the region. Waterways played a crucial role in facilitating trade. The Amazon's rivers and tributaries functioned as natural highways, allowing canoes and rafts to transport goods efficiently over long distances. Archaeological evidence, including remnants of docks, landing sites, and portage trails, indicates that communities strategically positioned themselves along these rivers to maximize access to trade routes. The integration of riverine and overland pathways, including raised roads and causeways revealed by LiDAR, created a connected network that enabled both local and regional commerce. This combination of transportation infrastructure ensured that even remote communities could participate in economic and cultural exchange. Trade networks were not limited to practical goods. They also included ritual and symbolic items, which played a central role in maintaining social and political structures. Ornaments, figurines, and ceremonial artifacts discovered across multiple sites indicate that certain objects had cultural or religious significance and were distributed across the region through exchange networks. These items helped reinforce shared beliefs, social hierarchies, and political alliances, creating a sense of unity and cultural identity across communities that were geographically dispersed. Trade, therefore, was as much about cultural cohesion as it was about economics. Archaeological findings suggest that specialized production centers existed within the Amazon. Certain settlements appear to have focused on producing specific goods, such as pottery, textiles, or tools, which were then traded with neighboring communities. This specialization indicates a division of labor and a level of economic organization that supports the existence of regional trade networks. It also implies that knowledge and technology were disseminated across the region, allowing communities to adopt and adapt innovations such as raised fields, terra preta soil management, and water control systems. Interregional connections extended beyond the Amazon itself. Artifacts made from materials not locally available, such as specific types of stone, shells, or minerals, have been found far from their sources, indicating long-distance trade or exchange networks that reached across diverse ecological zones. These connections suggest that Amazonian societies were not isolated. Rather, they participated in a broader web of interaction, linking riverine, forest, and possibly Andean highland communities. Such networks facilitated the spread of technology, cultural practices, and possibly even religious beliefs, reinforcing social complexity across vast distances. The coordination required to sustain these networks demonstrates sophisticated social, political, and economic organization. Communities needed to maintain communication, negotiate exchanges, and ensure the safe transport of goods across sometimes challenging terrain. The existence of ceremonial centers and plazas along trade routes suggests that these hubs also functioned as points of interaction, negotiation, and alliance building. The convergence of commerce and ritual illustrates the integration of economic, social, and spiritual life in Amazonian societies. The durability of trade networks also reflects the resilience of these civilizations. Even in the face of environmental challenges, such as seasonal flooding, storms, and forest regrowth, communities maintained and adapted their networks. Raised roads, canals, and river modifications were not only tools for local subsistence but also infrastructural investments that facilitated continuous exchange. By engineering the landscape to support connectivity, ancient Amazonians ensured the longevity of their trade systems and the stability of their societies. Trade networks contributed significantly to the spread of agricultural knowledge and innovation. Techniques for constructing raised fields, managing terra preta soils, and controlling water flow were disseminated across regions through exchange networks. Communities could adopt successful methods observed elsewhere, enhancing productivity and sustainability. This transfer of knowledge enabled the large-scale coordination of labor and resources necessary to support dense populations, demonstrating that Amazonian civilizations were dynamic, adaptable, and capable of cumulative technological advancement. In conclusion, trade networks and interregional connections were the lifeblood of Amazonian civilizations. They enabled the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies across vast distances, linking settlements, ceremonial centers, and agricultural hubs into an integrated system. These networks supported economic specialization, cultural cohesion, and political alliances, allowing societies to thrive in a challenging environment. By facilitating the flow of resources, labor, and knowledge, trade networks ensured the sustainability and resilience of the Amazon's engineered landscapes. The discovery of these connections transforms our understanding of pre-Columbian Amazonia, revealing a sophisticated, interconnected civilization capable of unprecedented social, economic, and technological achievements long hidden beneath the jungle canopy. Across the sprawling landscapes of ancient Amazonia, ceremonial centers, plazas, and earthworks were not constructed haphazardly. They often reveal a remarkable understanding of astronomy and celestial cycles. For centuries, early explorers overlooked this aspect, focusing primarily on agriculture or settlement patterns. Modern archaeological techniques, including lidar, satellite imagery, and careful excavation, have uncovered compelling evidence that many Amazonian sites were deliberately aligned with celestial events such as solstices, equinoxes, lunar cycles, and notable star patterns. These alignments suggest that astronomical knowledge played a central role in ritual, agriculture, and social organization, offering a glimpse into a worldview in which the cosmos and human activity were intimately connected. One of the clearest indicators of astronomical knowledge is the orientation of ceremonial plazas and mounds. Many of these structures are aligned along cardinal directions or positioned to frame solar phenomena. For example, certain mounds may be oriented to mark the rising or setting sun during solstices, while long causeways or processional avenues point to specific horizon markers. Such precision implies careful observation of celestial events over multiple years, reflecting not only curiosity about the heavens but also practical and ritualistic applications of this knowledge. Aligning major constructions with celestial bodies required careful measurement, sophisticated planning, and communal effort, a testament to the intellectual and organizational capabilities of ancient Amazonian societies. Astronomical alignments likely had both practical and spiritual significance. For agricultural societies, tracking solar and lunar cycles would have been essential for determining planting and harvesting seasons. Raised fields, canals, and other engineered landscapes could be integrated with observations of the heavens, ensuring optimal timing for crop production and water management. In this way, astronomy was not an abstract science but a vital tool for sustaining communities. Simultaneously, alignments imbued ceremonial centers with cosmological meaning, linking human activity to cycles in the natural and celestial world. This dual purpose underscores the integration of science, spirituality, and social life in Amazonian culture. Excavations and surveys have revealed circular and rectangular plazas whose axes correspond to solstitial sunrise or sunset points. In some cases, mounds are oriented toward prominent stars or constellations, suggesting knowledge of stellar positions and their movement across the night sky. This indicates long-term observation, record-keeping, and the ability to predict celestial events with impressive accuracy. Such practices resemble those found in other ancient civilizations known for astronomical sophistication, such as the Maya or Inca, emphasizing that Amazonian societies were far more complex than previously assumed. The arrangement of ceremonial centers in relation to rivers and natural topography further supports the idea of celestial alignment. In many instances, causeways and plazas were designed to capture specific light patterns at key times of the year, such as solstices or equinoxes. Shadows cast by mounds or standing features may have served as natural calendars, marking the passage of days or months. By embedding astronomical markers into the landscape, ancient Amazonians created a functional yet symbolic system for regulating agricultural, religious, and social activities. In addition to solar and stellar alignments, evidence suggests that lunar cycles were also observed. Certain circular earthworks and enclosures may correspond to phases of the moon, influencing the timing of planting, harvesting, or ceremonial events. The synchronization of lunar observations with agricultural and ritual calendars demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of natural cycles. It also highlights the integration of multiple celestial bodies into social, economic, and spiritual planning, reflecting a holistic approach to knowledge that intertwined observation, prediction, and practice. Artifacts recovered from these sites often reinforce the importance of astronomy. Pottery, figurines, and ceremonial objects sometimes depict celestial symbols, including sun, moon, stars, and planetary motifs. These artistic expressions indicate that astronomy was not merely practical but also central to cultural and spiritual life. By embedding cosmology into material culture, Amazonian societies reinforced knowledge transmission, social cohesion, and religious identity. Astronomy, therefore, permeated both the physical and symbolic landscape. LiDAR and satellite studies have also revealed broader patterns in site placement that suggest regional planning based on celestial knowledge. Some networks of settlements, ceremonial centers, and raised fields appear positioned according to solar or stellar orientations. Roads, canals, and causeways may have been designed to facilitate processions, rituals, or seasonal migrations in alignment with astronomical events. This coordination across regions indicates a shared cosmological framework that connected multiple communities, reinforcing social bonds and cultural continuity. The presence of astronomical knowledge also implies educational systems and knowledge transmission. Observing, recording, and predicting celestial events requires systematic learning and the passing of expertise across generations. Elders, priests, or specialized astronomer priests may have guided communities, ensuring that construction projects, agricultural cycles, and rituals were synchronized with the heavens. This structured transfer of knowledge reflects the intellectual sophistication of Amazonian societies and highlights the importance of education, observation, and cultural memory in sustaining complex civilizations. In conclusion, the evidence of astronomical knowledge and alignments in Amazonian sites reveals a society deeply attuned to the cosmos. Ceremonial centers, plazas, mounds, and causeways were not merely architectural achievements but instruments for observing and integrating celestial cycles into daily life. This knowledge served practical agricultural needs, guided ritual and ceremonial practices, and reinforced social cohesion across regions. Far from being a primitive society, ancient Amazonians demonstrated a remarkable capacity for observation, planning, and symbolic thought, intertwining the terrestrial with the celestial. By studying these alignments, we gain profound insight into the worldview, intelligence, and ingenuity of civilizations long hidden beneath the rainforest canopy, reshaping our understanding of human history in the Amazon. In the heart of the Amazon, where dense forests once obscured the footprints of ancient civilizations, ritual and religion played a central role in shaping human settlement, social structure, and the very landscape itself. Far from being peripheral aspects of daily life, spiritual beliefs were deeply intertwined with the organization of communities, the construction of ceremonial centers, and the management of the environment. Ceremonial plazas, earthen mounds, causeways, and sacred pathways were not merely functional or decorative. They were deliberate manifestations of cosmology and religious practice, reflecting a worldview in which the spiritual and physical realms were inseparable. The study of these ritual landscapes provides insight into the priorities, values, and organizational capacities of Amazonian societies, revealing a civilization that harmonized belief and practice to create enduring, complex communities. Ritual and religion were central to community cohesion. Ceremonial centers often served as gathering points for large groups of people, where social, political, and spiritual activities converged. These gatherings were likely critical for reinforcing shared beliefs, establishing social hierarchies, and mediating disputes. The design of plazas and mounds, often arranged in geometric precision or aligned with celestial events, facilitated collective participation in ceremonies, ensuring that communal values and traditions were transmitted across generations. In this sense, ritual practice was not merely symbolic but served as the glue that held dispersed and interconnected communities together. Ceremonial architecture reflects the profound spiritual significance of certain locations. Many mounds, plazas, and causeways were deliberately situated in areas with natural prominence or along rivers, confluences, or elevated terrain. Such positioning was not accidental. It reflected a cosmological understanding that sacred spaces were connected to both terrestrial and celestial features. These sites were carefully engineered to mark seasonal events, astronomical phenomena, or liminal points in the landscape, integrating religious observance with practical considerations such as visibility, accessibility, and ecological management. The very layout of settlements was a reflection of spiritual priorities, demonstrating that religion shaped the physical as well as social environment. Artifacts recovered from ceremonial sites reinforce the centrality of ritual in Amazonian life. Pottery, figurines, carved stones, and ceremonial objects frequently depict deities, cosmological symbols, or representations of animals associated with spiritual beliefs. These items were likely used in rituals, offerings, or as markers of status and authority. Their deliberate placement within plazas and mounds indicates that ceremonies were carefully choreographed, with spaces and objects functioning together to create meaningful experiences. Through these practices, religion permeated daily life, influencing not only ceremonies but also agriculture, governance, and social interaction. Religious practice also shaped labor and resource allocation. Constructing ceremonial centers required massive coordination of manpower, materials, and knowledge. Spiritual or ritual imperatives likely motivated communities to contribute labor to the construction and maintenance of plazas, mounds, and roads. Participation in these projects reinforced social bonds, reaffirmed communal identity, and ensured the continued operation of sacred sites. The labor required to sustain ceremonial spaces was not purely economic. It was infused with religious significance, demonstrating how belief systems directed collective effort and organized society. Many ceremonial centers also exhibit features associated with ancestor veneration and cosmology. Elevated platforms and mounds may have served as stages for rituals honoring the dead, marking territorial claims, or facilitating communication with the spiritual realm. Causeways and connecting roads sometimes form symbolic pathways representing mythological journeys or the movement of celestial bodies. By embedding spiritual meaning into physical structures, Amazonian societies created landscapes that were both functional and sacred, linking human activity with broader cosmological narratives. Ritual also influenced settlement patterns and urban planning. Villages were often arranged around ceremonial centers, with homes, agricultural fields, and infrastructure radiating outward in a manner that reflected social hierarchy and ritual priorities. Central plazas acted as focal points for communal gatherings, feasts, and ceremonies, integrating spiritual practice into the rhythm of daily life. The spatial organization of settlements demonstrates that religion was not an isolated domain but a guiding principle in the design and operation of communities, influencing the placement of fields, roads, and water management systems. In addition to local cohesion, ritual and religion facilitated regional integration. Ceremonial centers were connected by roads, causeways, and waterways, forming networks that allowed people from multiple communities to participate in shared festivals, religious observances, and political assemblies. These regional gatherings reinforced alliances, facilitated trade, and transmitted cultural knowledge, ensuring continuity across generations. Religion thus functioned as both a spiritual and social glue, maintaining connections across dispersed populations and integrating communities into larger cultural and political systems. Environmental management was also linked to ritual practice. Sacred landscapes often coincided with areas engineered for agriculture, water control, or resource extraction. By integrating spiritual significance with environmental stewardship, communities ensured that natural resources were managed sustainably while simultaneously reinforcing ritual observance. This synergy between religion and ecology reflects a holistic worldview in which humans, environment, and spiritual forces were interconnected, guiding the sustainable use of land and resources over centuries. In conclusion, ritual and religion were foundational in shaping Amazonian settlements, social structures, and landscapes. Ceremonial centers, plazas, mounds, and causeways were not mere architectural feats. They were embodiments of cosmology, social hierarchy, and collective identity. By integrating spiritual practice with agriculture, infrastructure, and regional networks, Amazonian societies created a harmonious balance between human activity and the natural world. The persistence of these sacred landscapes, now revealed through lidar, satellite imagery, and archaeological investigation, testifies to the profound influence of belief systems in guiding labor, organization, and settlement patterns. Through ritual, the Amazonian rainforest was transformed into a living, sacred, and socially integrated landscape, offering a powerful testament to the intelligence, creativity, and spiritual depth of its ancient inhabitants. The Amazon rainforest, long perceived as an untouched wilderness, was in reality a dynamic landscape profoundly shaped by human activity over millennia. For centuries, scholars assumed that dense forests, infertile soils, and unpredictable flooding limited human settlement and development. Yet archaeological and environmental research has revealed that ancient Amazonians actively modified their surroundings, creating a complex interplay between natural forces and human ingenuity. Through techniques such as raised fields, canals, terra preta soils, and the strategic placement of settlements, people not only adapted to the environment but also transformed it, ensuring food security, ecological balance, and social cohesion. This human-environment interaction underscores the sophistication of Amazonian civilizations and challenges the long-held notion that the rainforest was a pristine, untouched ecosystem. One of the most striking examples of human modification is the construction of raised fields. These elongated earthen mounds elevated above floodplains allowed ancient communities to cultivate crops despite seasonal inundation. By excavating soil to form the mounds and creating adjacent canals to regulate water, humans converted flood-prone areas into productive agricultural zones. This transformation demonstrates a profound understanding of hydrology, soil management, and crop requirements. Rather than being passive observers of the environment, ancient Amazonians actively engineered it to meet their needs, turning challenging landscapes into sustainable centers of food production. Terra preta, or black earth, exemplifies another aspect of human-environment interaction. This highly fertile, anthropogenic soil, enriched with charcoal, organic matter, and nutrients, enabled intensive and long-term agriculture in areas otherwise characterized by nutrient-poor soils. The creation of terra preta involved deliberate techniques such as controlled burning, composting, and the addition of organic waste, reflecting a sophisticated understanding of soil chemistry and ecology. By enhancing soil fertility, ancient communities were able to support dense populations, cultivate a variety of crops, and establish enduring settlements, effectively reshaping the ecological potential of the Amazon. Canals and water management systems further illustrate the interplay between humans and the environment. These engineered waterways regulated seasonal flooding, supported transportation, and facilitated irrigation. They connected settlements, ceremonial centers, and agricultural fields, forming extensive networks that integrated ecological management with social and economic systems. By harnessing the natural flow of rivers and streams, communities optimized resource availability while mitigating environmental risks, demonstrating an adaptive and reciprocal relationship with the landscape. Forest composition and vegetation patterns also bear evidence of human influence. Studies of pollen and charcoal deposits suggest that ancient Amazonians engaged in selective clearing, controlled burning, and cultivation of useful plants, altering the distribution of tree species and forest structure. Certain areas show higher concentrations of domesticated species, such as Brazil nuts, manioc, and fruit trees, indicating intentional landscape management to support food production, construction, and ritual practices. This selective shaping of the forest highlights a nuanced understanding of ecological relationships, allowing humans to thrive while maintaining biodiversity. Settlement placement demonstrates strategic adaptation to environmental constraints. Villages, ceremonial centers, and agricultural fields were often situated on elevated terrain, along riverbanks, or near resource-rich areas. These choices minimized the risk of flooding, facilitated transportation, and ensured access to essential resources such as water, clay, and building materials. The layout of settlements, including plazas, mounds, and causeways, was carefully integrated with natural topography, creating a harmonious balance between functionality and environmental stewardship. Environmental modification extended to forest edges and savanna patches, where communities engineered small-scale agroforestry systems. By planting and managing productive tree species alongside crops, ancient Amazonians enhanced biodiversity, stabilized soils, and created resilient food systems. These systems mimicked natural ecological processes while optimizing human productivity, reflecting a deep understanding of ecological dynamics and sustainable land use practices. The scale of human-environment interaction is also evident in regional networks. Roads, causeways, and canals connected dispersed settlements, allowing the movement of goods, people, and knowledge across diverse ecological zones. This integration demonstrates that human modification was not isolated to individual sites but coordinated at a landscape level, creating a mosaic of engineered spaces embedded within the rainforest. These modifications allowed societies to sustain dense populations and complex cultural systems over centuries, illustrating the cumulative impact of human activity on the Amazon. Archaeological and paleoecological evidence suggests that these interventions were both deliberate and adaptive. Ancient communities monitored environmental changes, responded to flooding, soil depletion, and climatic variation, and adjusted their agricultural and settlement strategies accordingly. This ongoing adaptation reflects a dynamic relationship with the environment, one in which humans were neither passive nor destructive but active managers, enhancing the productivity and resilience of the landscape while maintaining ecological balance. In conclusion, the interaction between environment and human modification in the Amazon reveals a civilization capable of remarkable ecological intelligence and engineering. Through raised fields, canals, terra preta soils, selective planting, and settlement planning, ancient Amazonians transformed a challenging environment into a productive, sustainable, and socially cohesive landscape. Their ability to integrate ecological knowledge with agricultural, architectural, and ceremonial practices demonstrates a level of sophistication long underestimated by scholars. Far from being a pristine wilderness, the Amazon was a living laboratory of human ingenuity, where the environment and society co-evolved in a dynamic and mutually sustaining relationship, leaving a legacy of ecological and cultural innovation that continues to astonish modern researchers. Stretching silently beneath the dense canopy of the Amazon, networks of roads and causeways reveal a level of infrastructure and connectivity that challenges centuries of assumptions about pre-Columbian civilizations in the region. For decades, the rainforest was thought to be sparsely populated, with scattered communities relying primarily on local resources and river travel. However, the discovery of these engineered pathways demonstrates that ancient Amazonians were capable of sophisticated planning, coordinated labor, and regional integration. These roads and causeways, sometimes extending for tens of kilometers, connected settlements, ceremonial centers, agricultural zones, and rivers, forming an intricate web that facilitated trade, communication, and social cohesion across vast distances. LoDAR surveys have been particularly instrumental in uncovering these networks. By penetrating the forest canopy, LoDAR reveals straight lines, embankments, and elevated pathways that are invisible to the naked eye or traditional aerial photography. Some roads cut through dense jungle, linking ceremonial centers and plazas in a manner that suggests intentional design and precise engineering. Causeways, often elevated to remain passable during seasonal floods, illustrate an understanding of hydrology and landscape management. Together, these features reveal that the Amazon was not an isolated collection of villages, but a connected landscape with a sophisticated transportation infrastructure capable of supporting dense populations and complex societies. The construction of roads and causeways required enormous planning and labor. Unlike natural paths or trails, these structures were carefully designed to accommodate environmental challenges such as flooding, erosion, and forest regrowth. Soil was excavated, leveled, and sometimes reinforced with stones or organic materials. Canals and drainage ditches flanked many causeways, ensuring durability and accessibility throughout the year. The labor necessary to build and maintain these pathways implies social organization, leadership, and coordination, as well as the ability to mobilize communities over extended periods. Roads and causeways served multiple functions beyond transportation. They facilitated trade, allowing the movement of agricultural surpluses, raw materials, and finished goods between distant settlements. Canoes could access river networks connected by causeways, while raised roads enabled overland travel even during the wet season. This integration of land and water routes maximized mobility, strengthened regional economies, and promoted the exchange of cultural, technological, and ritual knowledge. By enabling consistent interaction between communities, these pathways reinforced social cohesion and cultural continuity across the Amazon. Many roads and causeways were deliberately aligned with ceremonial centers and plazas, emphasizing their ritual as well as practical functions. Straight roads often lead directly to mounds or ceremonial complexes, suggesting that movement along these paths was choreographed for processions, religious observances, or political gatherings. Such alignment indicates that infrastructure was not merely utilitarian. It was imbued with social and spiritual significance. Traveling along a causeway may have been a ceremonial act in itself, reinforcing community identity and shared cosmological beliefs. The scale and reach of these networks are staggering. LiDAR analysis reveals road systems that link dozens of settlements across hundreds of kilometers, often connecting regions previously thought to be isolated. Some causeways are flanked by secondary paths and smaller connecting routes, forming a hierarchical network that facilitated regional coordination. This suggests a level of urban planning and logistical management comparable to other ancient civilizations, including those of Mesoamerica and the Andes. The interconnectedness of settlements highlights the Amazon as a cohesive cultural and economic landscape rather than a patchwork of isolated communities. Roads and causeways also reflect adaptive engineering. In flood-prone areas, elevated paths allowed uninterrupted movement and access to essential resources. Soil composition, elevation, and slope were carefully considered during construction, demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of the environment. Maintenance was likely an ongoing communal effort, reinforcing social bonds and shared responsibility. These pathways were not static. They were living infrastructure, evolving alongside settlements and responding to environmental changes over centuries. The discovery of these networks has broader implications for understanding Amazonian social organization. Coordinating construction and maintenance over such distances required leadership, planning, and a division of labor. Authority structures, whether centralized or distributed, enabled the mobilization of resources, manpower, and technical knowledge. Roads and causeways, therefore, are not merely physical features but indicators of political and social complexity, reflecting communities capable of regional coordination and strategic planning. In addition, these pathways facilitated cultural and technological exchange. Knowledge of agricultural techniques, ceremonial practices, and building methods could spread rapidly along these routes, reinforcing regional cohesion and enabling innovation. Markets, festivals, and ritual gatherings likely took place at intersections of roads and ceremonial centers, further integrating social, economic, and religious life. The road networks were arteries of Amazonian civilization, sustaining both practical needs and cultural continuity across vast distances. In conclusion, the complex road and causeway networks of the Amazon reveal a civilization far more connected, organized, and sophisticated than previously imagined. These pathways demonstrate advanced engineering, environmental adaptation, and social coordination, linking settlements, agricultural systems, and ceremonial centers into a cohesive regional network. Far from being isolated, Amazonian communities were part of a dynamic, interconnected civilization capable of mobilizing labor, sustaining trade, and fostering cultural cohesion across hundreds of kilometers. The discovery of these networks challenges long-standing assumptions about the pre-Columbian Amazon, revealing a landscape deliberately engineered for mobility, social integration, and resilience, and offering a new perspective on human ingenuity in one of the world's most challenging environments. Along the intricate networks of roads and causeways crisscrossing the Amazon, archaeologists have uncovered compelling evidence of trade and market centers that served as hubs of economic, social, and cultural exchange. For centuries, the prevailing view was that the Amazon was sparsely populated, with communities largely self-sufficient and isolated. However, excavations, LiDAR surveys, and satellite imagery have revealed a very different picture. The rainforest supported dense populations that were interconnected through regional trade systems, facilitating the movement of goods, knowledge, and ritual practices over vast distances. These market centers were not merely points of commerce. They were vital nodes in sustaining complex societies, enabling agricultural surpluses, technological exchange, and social cohesion. Trade centers were strategically located along major roads, causeways, and rivers, maximizing accessibility and ensuring that goods could move efficiently between settlements. Proximity to ceremonial centers and plazas was common, emphasizing the integration of economic and ritual life. By situating markets near these hubs, communities could combine trade with social and religious gatherings, creating multifunctional spaces that reinforced cultural identity. Goods ranging from agricultural surpluses, pottery, and tools to ornamental items and ritual paraphernalia circulated through these centers, demonstrating both local specialization and interregional exchange. Archaeological evidence suggests that these markets were highly organized. Excavations have revealed designated spaces that appear to have been used for the display and distribution of goods, as well as storage areas for surplus produce. Pottery, figurines, and other artifacts often show signs of standardized production, implying that certain communities specialized in producing items specifically for trade. This level of specialization points to economic sophistication, including knowledge of supply and demand, production planning, and resource management. Such organized activity suggests the presence of leadership or coordination structures capable of overseeing market operations and facilitating exchanges over long distances. Trade centers were critical in supporting regional economies. Agricultural surpluses from raised fields and fertile terra preta soils could be exchanged for materials not locally available, such as specific types of stone, shells, minerals, or exotic woods. These networks enabled communities to access resources essential for building ceremonial centers, constructing roads, crafting tools, and producing ritual objects. The circulation of goods created interdependencies among settlements, strengthening social bonds and promoting cooperation across the landscape. Without such hubs, the sustained population densities and monumental constructions observed across the Amazon would have been difficult, if not impossible, to maintain. The multifunctional nature of market centers extended beyond economic exchange. These sites often hosted social and ceremonial gatherings, festivals, and communal feasts, creating opportunities for alliance building, cultural transmission, and ritual observance. By combining trade with social and religious activity, market centers reinforced community cohesion and ensured the transmission of knowledge and traditions. Objects traded through these centers, particularly ritual items, carried symbolic meaning, further intertwining economic and spiritual life. The markets were therefore both practical and cultural institutions, integral to maintaining the social fabric of Amazonian civilization. Evidence also suggests that these trade networks facilitated technological and agricultural innovation. Techniques for building raised fields, managing terra preta soils, and constructing roads and causeways spread along these pathways, allowing communities to adopt successful practices observed elsewhere. Knowledge transfer ensured that innovations were not confined to single settlements but disseminated regionally, enhancing productivity and social resilience. Trade centers thus functioned as conduits not only for goods but for ideas and expertise, supporting the long-term sustainability of Amazonian societies. Long-distance exchange appears to have been more extensive than previously thought. Archaeologists have discovered materials originating hundreds of kilometers away from their final destination, including decorative stones, ceramics, and organic resources. This suggests that Amazonian trade networks were highly organized, capable of moving goods over challenging terrain while maintaining quality and functionality. The existence of such networks also implies sophisticated negotiation, communication, and record-keeping systems, reinforcing the notion that Amazonian societies were far from isolated or primitive. The social implications of trade centers are equally profound. Participation in markets allowed communities to establish and maintain political alliances, negotiate territorial boundaries, and demonstrate status or wealth. Leaders and elite individuals may have controlled or mediated exchanges, reinforcing hierarchical structures while ensuring the distribution of resources necessary for collective survival. In this way, economic activity was deeply intertwined with governance, social organization, and ritual practice, reflecting a society in which multiple dimensions of life were interconnected. Furthermore, the placement of trade centers along road and causeway networks facilitated efficient logistical planning. Communities could transport goods seasonally, synchronize market days with ceremonial events, and maintain the flow of resources between agricultural zones, settlements, and ceremonial complexes. This strategic positioning enhanced regional cohesion, allowed for effective response to environmental challenges, and ensured that goods, people, and information could move across vast distances without interruption. In conclusion, the discovery of trade and market centers along Amazonian roads and causeways illuminates the sophistication of pre-Columbian civilizations in the region. These centers were far more than simple economic hubs. They were multifunctional spaces that integrated commerce, ritual, social interaction, and technological exchange. By enabling the distribution of agricultural surpluses, specialized goods, and cultural knowledge, market centers strengthened regional networks, supported dense populations, and sustained complex societal structures. The evidence of organized trade challenges long-standing assumptions about the Amazon as a sparsely populated, isolated wilderness, revealing instead a dynamic, interconnected civilization capable of remarkable social, economic, and cultural achievement. Across the Amazonian landscape, pottery and artistic traditions serve as a vivid testament to the sophistication, cultural identity, and interconnectedness of pre-Columbian civilizations. For decades, the Amazon was wrongly assumed to be home only to scattered, small-scale societies with limited technological or artistic capacity. However, archaeological findings reveal a rich and diverse material culture, with pottery and artistic expressions not only serving functional purposes but also embodying religious beliefs, social hierarchy, and regional interaction. Through intricate designs, symbolic motifs, and regional styles, Amazonian art provides critical insights into the values, trade networks, and social organization of these ancient communities. Pottery was among the most widespread and functionally versatile forms of material culture in Amazonia. Vessels were used for cooking, storage, water transport, ceremonial purposes, and funerary practices. Archaeologists have uncovered large quantities of ceramics, ranging from simple utilitarian pots to elaborately decorated vessels. The variation in style, shape, and decoration reflects both functional adaptation to local needs and the expression of cultural identity. Some designs feature geometric patterns, while others depict animals, mythological figures, or celestial symbols, suggesting that pottery was a medium for conveying spiritual and cosmological beliefs. The production of pottery required specialized knowledge and skill. Clay had to be sourced, processed, and tempered, while firing techniques needed precise control to prevent cracking or uneven cooking. Some vessels display complex construction techniques, such as coiling or molding, demonstrating an advanced understanding of material properties. The existence of specialized artisans indicates labor organization, apprenticeship systems, and knowledge transmission across generations. Pottery was therefore both a practical craft and a reflection of social and technical sophistication, integral to Amazonian life. Artistic traditions extended beyond pottery. Figurines, carved stones, and ritual objects illustrate a rich symbolic language. Many artifacts depict animals central to Amazonian cosmology, such as jaguars, snakes, and birds, while others incorporate abstract or geometric motifs linked to spiritual practice. These artistic expressions were often used in ceremonial contexts, integrated into rituals, or deposited as offerings, reinforcing social cohesion and shared belief systems. The ubiquity of these motifs across regions suggests both local creativity and regional cultural continuity, reflecting a balance between individual expression and communal identity. Pottery and art also played a crucial role in trade and economic networks. Distinctive regional styles acted as markers of origin, allowing communities to identify the source of goods and establish cultural and economic connections. Vessels, figurines, and decorative objects were traded along roadways, causeways, and river networks, linking distant communities and facilitating both material and symbolic exchange. These exchanges helped reinforce alliances, transmit knowledge, and maintain cultural cohesion across vast distances, highlighting the importance of art as both an economic and social medium. Ceramic motifs often reflected Amazonian cosmology and daily life. Some vessels illustrate ritual practices, including offerings, processions, or depictions of ceremonial sites. Others depict scenes of hunting, agriculture, or social interaction, offering glimpses into the daily activities, values, and priorities of ancient communities. By examining the iconography, researchers can reconstruct aspects of belief systems, social organization, and environmental knowledge, providing a multidimensional understanding of Amazonian life that extends beyond architecture and agriculture. The regional variation in pottery styles offers insight into both cultural diversity and interaction. Certain motifs or construction techniques are concentrated in specific areas, reflecting localized traditions and community identity. Simultaneously, the presence of similar designs across distant sites indicates interregional communication, trade, or shared cosmological frameworks. This dual pattern demonstrates that Amazonian civilizations were both diverse and interconnected, balancing local distinctiveness with broader cultural cohesion. Technological innovation in pottery also paralleled broader developments in society. Some vessels were designed to optimize cooking efficiency or storage capacity, while others incorporated decorative elements to signal status, wealth, or ritual function. The ability to produce high-quality ceramics required knowledge of clay composition, firing temperatures, and environmental factors, reflecting an understanding of natural resources and material science. These innovations reveal the Amazon as a region of technological ingenuity, challenging earlier assumptions of cultural simplicity. Artistic traditions were closely tied to social and religious life. Ceremonial objects and decorated vessels were often placed in plazas, mounds, or tombs, linking material culture with spiritual practice. By incorporating symbolic motifs into functional items, communities reinforced cosmological narratives, social hierarchy, and ritual practice. Artistic production was therefore deeply integrated with daily life, governance, and religion, illustrating that material culture served multiple purposes simultaneously. In conclusion, the discovery of pottery and artistic traditions in the Amazon illuminates the region's cultural richness, technical skill, and interconnected social networks. Through ceramics, figurines, and symbolic motifs, ancient Amazonians expressed identity, cosmology, and social organization while facilitating trade and communication across vast distances. Artistic production reflects both local diversity and regional cohesion, demonstrating a society capable of remarkable creativity, technical mastery, and cultural sophistication. These artifacts provide an essential lens into the lives, beliefs, and achievements of civilizations long hidden beneath the rainforest, transforming our understanding of the Amazon as a dynamic, interconnected, and culturally complex region. In the dense and often challenging environment of the Amazon rainforest, metallurgy and tool production were fundamental to the survival, development, and sophistication of pre-Columbian societies. While early researchers often assumed that Amazonian populations relied exclusively on stone, wood, and organic materials due to the region's apparent lack of metal resources, recent archaeological investigations have revealed a more complex picture. Evidence of metalworking, specialized tools, and crafted implements demonstrates that Amazonian communities possessed significant technological knowledge, enabling them to manipulate materials, manage resources efficiently, and construct intricate infrastructure. The production and use of tools and metals were closely linked to agriculture, ceremonial practices, trade, and social organization, reflecting a civilization far more advanced than previously recognized. The foundation of Amazonian metallurgy lay in the extraction and refinement of locally available metals, particularly copper, gold, and occasionally alloys. Artisans demonstrated a remarkable understanding of smelting and shaping techniques, often producing tools, ornaments, and ceremonial objects that required precise temperature control and skillful manipulation of raw materials. Evidence from excavation sites shows small furnaces, crucibles, and casting molds, indicating organized production processes. These discoveries challenge the notion that metallurgy was absent or minimal in the Amazon, suggesting instead that communities actively engaged in sophisticated metalworking adapted to their environmental context. Metal tools were essential for both practical and symbolic purposes. Agricultural implements such as knives, digging sticks reinforced with metal, and axes facilitated the construction of raised fields, canals, and causeways, allowing communities to modify and control their environment effectively. In forest management, metal-tipped tools enabled selective clearing, tree shaping, and the extraction of timber for construction and ceremonial purposes. By enhancing efficiency and durability compared to purely organic tools, metallurgy played a critical role in sustaining dense populations and large-scale infrastructure projects, underpinning both survival and societal complexity. Beyond agriculture, metallurgy and tool production supported construction and ceremonial activities. Earthen mounds, plazas, and causeways required large-scale earth-moving and precise shaping, tasks made feasible by the use of metal-tipped implements. Stone and ceramic tools complemented metalwork, but the addition of metals allowed for increased efficiency and longevity, particularly in cutting, digging, and shaping materials. These tools were vital in creating the elaborate engineered landscapes that characterize pre-Columbian Amazonia, highlighting the connection between technology and societal achievement. Artistic and ceremonial objects also benefited from metallurgical expertise. Gold ornaments, copper figurines, and metal-inlaid pottery illustrate a high degree of craftsmanship, technical knowledge, and aesthetic sensibility. These objects were often used in rituals, as offerings, or as status symbols, reinforcing social hierarchies, spiritual practices, and community cohesion. The dual functionality of metallurgy, practical and symbolic, demonstrates the integration of technology into every aspect of Amazonian life, from daily survival to the expression of identity and cosmology. The production of tools and metal objects required specialized knowledge and labor organization. Artisans needed training in smelting, alloying, and shaping, as well as familiarity with fuel sources, airflow management, and safety techniques. Knowledge was likely transmitted through apprenticeship systems, ensuring the continuity of skills across generations. This structured system of education and labor indicates social complexity, leadership, and institutionalized craft specialization within Amazonian societies, revealing that technology was not only a practical necessity but also a marker of cultural advancement. Trade networks played a pivotal role in the distribution of metals and tools. Some raw materials, such as gold and specific copper sources, were not locally abundant and had to be acquired through interregional exchange. Metal artifacts found hundreds of kilometers from their origin demonstrate that trade facilitated access to essential resources, enabling communities to produce tools and ornaments far beyond the capacity of their immediate environment. This connectivity underscores the sophistication of Amazonian economic systems, illustrating how metallurgy, trade, and social networks were interdependent and mutually reinforcing. Environmental adaptation was central to tool production. The rainforest presented unique challenges. Dense vegetation, high humidity, and acidic soils demanded durable, corrosion-resistant, and efficient tools. Amazonian metalworkers developed implements suited to these conditions, such as reinforced digging tools for raised fields, machetes for forest management, and ceremonial items resistant to decay. By engineering tools tailored to their environment, these societies demonstrated ingenuity and a deep understanding of the interplay between materials, ecology, and societal needs. Metallurgy also facilitated technological innovation beyond immediate utilitarian purposes. Tools enabled experimentation with agriculture, water management, construction, and craft production, accelerating the development of more complex systems. The combination of metal tools, ceramics, and organic implements created a technological toolkit that allowed communities to thrive in a challenging environment, engineer landscapes, and sustain high population densities. This synergy between materials and innovation reflects a holistic approach to technology, blending practical necessity with creative adaptation. In conclusion, metallurgy and tool production were central pillars of Amazonian civilization, underpinning agriculture, infrastructure, ceremonial practices, and trade. Through the extraction, refinement, and shaping of metals, communities enhanced their ability to manipulate the environment, construct monumental architecture, and express cultural and spiritual identity. The sophistication of metalworking, the organization of labor, and the integration of tools into every facet of life reveal a technologically advanced society capable of remarkable innovation and adaptation. Far from being primitive, Amazonian civilizations harness metallurgy and tools to reshape both their landscape and culture, leaving a legacy of ingenuity and skill that continues to challenge modern perceptions of pre-Columbian South America. In ancient Amazonian societies, feasting, communal labor, and social gatherings were not mere recreational activities. They were fundamental mechanisms for maintaining social cohesion, reinforcing hierarchy, and transmitting cultural knowledge. Anthropologists and archaeologists have long recognized that large-scale projects, ceremonial activities, and festivals are central to the functioning of complex societies, and evidence from the Amazon demonstrates that these practices were deeply embedded in pre-Columbian life. Far from being isolated hunter-gatherer bands, communities organized around labor-intensive agriculture, ceremonial construction, and ritual events, which required collective effort, coordination, and social trust. By examining the interplay of feasting, labor, and gatherings, we gain insight into how Amazonian civilizations sustained dense populations, managed resources, and fostered enduring social networks. Feasting served multiple roles in Amazonian society, extending beyond nourishment to encompass social, political, and spiritual functions. Large-scale communal meals often coincided with ceremonial events, agricultural cycles, or the completion of major infrastructure projects, such as the construction of mounds, causeways, or plazas. These events reinforced social bonds, provided opportunities for redistribution of food, and allowed elites to demonstrate generosity, influence, or spiritual authority. Participation in feasts also served as a form of social obligation, binding individuals to community norms and shared responsibilities. In essence, feasting was both a reward for labor and a critical mechanism for maintaining harmony and cohesion within communities. Communal labor was equally central to societal organization. The scale of earthworks, raised fields, and ceremonial centers in the Amazon required coordinated effort from hundreds, sometimes thousands, of individuals. Tasks were divided according to skill, status, or specialization, ranging from digging and transporting soil to crafting tools and organizing ritual activities. Participation in these projects fostered a sense of collective identity, reinforcing shared goals and responsibilities. Archaeological evidence of organized labor, including standardized construction techniques, alignment of structures, and coordinated layouts, demonstrates that communal work was highly structured, likely guided by leadership or specialist knowledge. Social gatherings complemented feasting and labor, functioning as hubs for communication, cultural transmission, and political negotiation. Central plazas, ceremonial centers, and market areas served as gathering points where Individuals from multiple communities could interact. These events allowed for the exchange of goods, ideas, and knowledge, facilitating trade networks, agricultural innovation, and the dissemination of ritual practices. Gatherings were often timed with astronomical events, agricultural cycles, or religious festivals, linking human activity to natural and cosmic rhythms. By integrating social, economic, and spiritual functions, gatherings reinforced communal cohesion and fostered long-term stability. Ritual feasting was particularly significant in consolidating political and spiritual authority. Leaders, shamans, or ceremonial specialists often orchestrated these events, using them to demonstrate power, mediate disputes, and reinforce social hierarchy. The provision of surplus food or valuable items to participants established obligations, loyalty, and reciprocal relationships, creating a web of social interdependence. Feasts also functioned as educational platforms, transmitting knowledge of cosmology, ritual practices, and cultural norms through performance, storytelling, and communal participation. In this way, feasting reinforced not only social cohesion but also cultural continuity. The material evidence of communal gatherings and feasting is abundant. Archaeologists have uncovered large quantities of ceramic vessels, often decorated with symbolic motifs, suggesting use in ritual meals or communal consumption. Charred remains of food, including manioc, maize, and fish, provide direct evidence of large-scale preparation and consumption. Designated open spaces, often adjacent to ceremonial mounds or plazas, suggest intentional planning for gatherings and collective events. These material traces underscore the centrality of communal activities in structuring social life and integrating diverse aspects of Amazonian culture. The integration of feasting, labor, and gatherings also had ecological and economic implications. Coordinated work and communal events allowed communities to manage large-scale agriculture, maintain infrastructure, and optimize resource distribution. Surplus production, necessary for sustaining feasts, facilitated trade and exchange, reinforcing both local and regional economic systems. By synchronizing labor with ritual and social activity, ancient Amazonians created resilient social and ecological networks capable of supporting dense populations over centuries. Seasonal cycles played a critical role in timing communal labor and social events. Agricultural calendars, river cycles, and astronomical observations dictated when planting, harvesting, or ceremonial work could be undertaken. Aligning labor-intensive projects and festivals with environmental rhythms ensured efficiency, minimized risk, and strengthened the connection between human activity and natural cycles. This integration of social, spiritual, and ecological planning reflects a sophisticated understanding of landscape management and community organization. Participation in communal labor and feasting was also a form of socialization and identity formation. Individuals learned practical skills, absorbed cultural knowledge, and internalized community values through active engagement. By contributing to shared projects, participants reinforced social bonds, developed mutual trust, and established reputations within the community. Ritualized labor and feasting thus functioned as both practical and symbolic processes, nurturing cohesion while transmitting essential knowledge and skills. In conclusion, feasting, communal labor, and social gatherings were foundational to the cohesion, organization, and resilience of Amazonian societies. These practices reinforced social hierarchies, facilitated economic exchange, transmitted cultural knowledge, and integrated communities into broader regional networks. By coordinating human effort with ritual, agricultural, and environmental rhythms, ancient Amazonians created durable social systems capable of sustaining dense populations, monumental infrastructure, and complex cultural life. The centrality of these communal practices demonstrates that the success of Amazonian civilizations depended not only on technological or agricultural ingenuity but also on the deliberate cultivation of social cohesion, collective identity, and cultural continuity, leaving a profound legacy that continues to inform our understanding of human organization and cooperation. Across the Amazonian landscape, evidence of ceremonial warfare, defensive structures, and regional conflicts reveals a dimension of pre-Columbian societies that challenges the long-standing perception of the rainforest as a purely peaceful, isolated environment. For decades, scholars assumed that Amazonian communities were largely egalitarian and conflict-free, relying on abundant resources to maintain harmonious coexistence. However, archaeological investigations, remote sensing, and ethnographic studies indicate that warfare and defensive strategies were integral components of social organization, political power, and territorial control. These activities were not necessarily continuous or destructive but often ritualized, strategically targeted, and closely tied to ceremonial life, trade, and social cohesion. Understanding the role of conflict provides crucial insight into the dynamics of power, territoriality, and community resilience in ancient Amazonia. Fortified settlements and defensive structures are among the clearest indicators of regional conflicts. Excavations have uncovered palisades, ditches, embankments, and strategically positioned mounds designed to protect communities from external threats. In some cases, villages were deliberately situated on elevated terrain or along river bends, taking advantage of natural features for defense. The orientation and construction of these fortifications suggests sophisticated planning and knowledge of tactical principles, including surveillance, controlled access, and the ability to repel attackers. These structures demonstrate that security was a priority, requiring organized labor, leadership, and coordinated community effort. Ceremonial warfare often intertwined with ritual and social hierarchy. Conflicts were not solely destructive but frequently performed within codified ceremonial frameworks that reinforced social norms, hierarchy, and communal identity. Ethnographic parallels and archaeological evidence suggest that ritualized combat, competitive displays, or controlled skirmishes may have been staged to assert dominance, resolve disputes, or mark territorial boundaries. Such practices allowed communities to manage tensions without catastrophic disruption, channeling aggression into socially sanctioned forms that reinforced political authority and cultural cohesion. Trade and economic networks were closely linked to conflict. Control over fertile land, river routes, or resource-rich areas often motivated territorial disputes, prompting the construction of fortifications and the mobilization of warriors. Access to trade networks conferred economic and political power, and protecting these corridors required vigilance and strategic planning. Evidence of fortified causeways, elevated roads, and defended plazas suggests that communities actively sought to secure key transportation and exchange routes, ensuring the flow of goods, information, and ceremonial participants across the region. Archaeological indicators of warfare extend to weapons, projectiles, and ceremonial paraphernalia. Stone-tipped spears, projectile points, clubs, and defensive implements have been uncovered in settlement sites and ceremonial centers, often in patterns suggesting both practical use and symbolic significance. Some artifacts bear decorative motifs or markings that indicate their association with ritualized combat or social status. These findings highlight the dual nature of conflict in Amazonian societies, functional for defense and territorial control, yet deeply embedded in cultural and symbolic frameworks. Spatial organization of settlements reflects strategic considerations in response to potential threats. Villages were sometimes clustered in defensive alignments, with secondary settlements or outposts providing early warning or buffer zones. Causeways and roads could be designed for both trade and military movement, allowing rapid mobilization or retreat if necessary. This interplay between infrastructure and defense demonstrates that engineering and landscape planning were multidimensional, serving both economic and security objectives. Ceremonial warfare also had social and political implications. Victory in ritualized conflict could enhance the status of leaders, reinforce alliances, and legitimize claims to territory or resources. Participation in warfare or defense activities strengthened communal bonds, created shared experiences, and transmitted martial skills across generations. Even in ritualized forms, conflict served as a mechanism for regulating social order, demonstrating that Amazonian societies employed both symbolic and practical strategies to maintain cohesion. Environmental adaptation played a role in defensive strategies. Dense forest, seasonal flooding, and river networks shaped both offensive and defensive tactics. Elevated causeways, cleared observation points, and strategically constructed plazas provided vantage points and mobility advantages. Knowledge of terrain and ecological cycles was crucial for planning both defense and ceremonial activities, highlighting the integration of environmental awareness with social and military organization. Evidence also suggests that conflict could catalyze innovation. The need for effective weapons, fortifications, and coordinated labor encouraged technological advancement, from improved metallurgy and stone tools to strategic construction methods. Communities learned to optimize both offensive and defensive capacities while maintaining the overall functionality of settlements, agricultural systems, and ceremonial spaces. Warfare, while disruptive, also contributed to societal resilience, innovation, and the reinforcement of hierarchical structures. In conclusion, ceremonial warfare, defensive structures, and regional conflicts were integral components of Amazonian civilization, revealing a society capable of strategic planning, social coordination, and cultural adaptation. Far from a uniformly peaceful environment, the The rainforest was a dynamic landscape in which communities balanced cooperation, competition, and ritualized conflict to maintain social cohesion, protect resources, and assert political authority. Fortified settlements, ceremonial combat, and strategic infrastructure illustrate the sophistication of pre-Columbian Amazonian societies, demonstrating that warfare, like agriculture, trade, and ritual, was deeply interwoven with cultural, economic, and environmental life. Understanding this aspect of Amazonian history transforms our perception of the region, highlighting the complexity, resilience, and ingenuity of its ancient inhabitants. In ancient Amazonian societies, spiritual leaders, shamans, and ritual specialists occupied a central and indispensable role, guiding communities through the intertwined realms of religion, health, social organization, and ecological management. Unlike peripheral figures, these individuals were pivotal in shaping both the material and spiritual landscape, ensuring that social cohesion, agricultural productivity, and ceremonial life were maintained. Their influence extended from mediating conflict and directing ritual practice to advising on settlement planning, resource management, and public works. By examining the roles and responsibilities of these spiritual authorities, we gain insight into how Amazonian civilizations integrated belief, knowledge, and leadership into complex societal structures, demonstrating sophistication and organization often underestimated by early researchers. Shamans were the primary mediators between the human and spiritual worlds. Utilizing ritual, trance, plant-based medicine, and divination, they interpreted omens, communicated with ancestors, and guided decision-making for communities. Their knowledge of flora and fauna, particularly medicinal plants and hallucinogenic species, allowed them to treat illness, influence fertility, and provide guidance on ecological and agricultural practices. The spiritual and practical knowledge of shamans ensured that communities could adapt to environmental challenges, manage resources sustainably, and maintain harmony between humans and the natural world. Their authority was both revered and institutionalized, granting them a central role in governance and social organization. Ritual specialists often directed ceremonial events at plazas, mounds, and other sacred spaces. These figures coordinated feasts, religious observances, and large-scale gatherings that reinforced communal identity, social hierarchy, and cosmological understanding. By orchestrating the timing, sequence, and symbolic elements of rituals, they ensured that ceremonies were both meaningful and socially cohesive. Their work strengthened bonds between communities, transmitted cultural knowledge, and connected material practices with spiritual beliefs. Ritual specialists thus served as cultural anchors, integrating everyday life with cosmological frameworks and regional networks. The influence of spiritual leaders extended to infrastructure and environmental management. Shamans and ritual authorities often determined the location of ceremonial centers, roads, causeways, and agricultural fields based on spiritual, cosmological, or ecological considerations. Certain sites were considered sacred or imbued with ritual significance, guiding settlement placement, construction of mounds, and alignment of causeways. By integrating spiritual knowledge with practical planning, these leaders ensured that human activity was harmonized with both social and ecological systems. Their guidance was critical in maintaining sustainable settlement patterns, optimizing agricultural productivity, and mitigating environmental risk. Spiritual leaders also played a key role in mediating social conflict. In complex societies, disputes over land, resources, or status were inevitable. Shamans and ritual authorities acted as neutral intermediaries, resolving conflicts through ritualized negotiation, symbolic acts, or adjudication grounded in shared belief systems. Their involvement reinforced social norms, prevented escalation of disputes, and maintained harmony within and between communities. By legitimizing authority and regulating behavior, spiritual leaders ensured that societal cohesion was maintained even in the face of potential tension or competition. Ceremonial leadership often intersected with political authority. Leaders who demonstrated close connection to the spiritual realm could legitimize their position, mobilize labor, and oversee large-scale projects, from mound construction to road networks and agricultural systems. Participation in rituals, offering of surplus goods, and demonstration of ritual knowledge enabled these leaders to command respect and obedience, linking spiritual authority with practical governance. This fusion of religion, politics, and social coordination underscores the sophistication of Amazonian societies, in which leadership was not purely secular but deeply intertwined with cosmological understanding and ritual expertise. Training and knowledge transmission were critical aspects of spiritual authority. Shamans and ritual specialists underwent long apprenticeships, learning techniques of divination, ritual performance, and medicinal practices from experienced mentors. This ensured continuity of spiritual and practical knowledge, preserving cultural identity across generations. The apprenticeship system also fostered networks of expertise that spanned multiple communities, allowing for the dissemination of ritual practices, ecological knowledge, and social strategies throughout the region. Spiritual leaders were also custodians of material culture. They oversaw the creation and use of ceremonial objects, decorated pottery, figurines, and ritual paraphernalia. These items were not merely symbolic. They were integral to the performance of rituals, feasts, and social events. Their placement, design, and use were carefully controlled, reflecting both spiritual significance and social hierarchy. By regulating material culture, shamans and ritual specialists reinforced communal norms, cosmological understanding, and social cohesion. The ecological knowledge of shamans extended to agricultural and environmental management. They advised on the timing of planting and harvesting, the creation of raised fields and canals, and the management of forests for food, medicinal plants, and construction materials. By linking spiritual authority with practical knowledge, shamans ensured that ecological systems were maintained in balance with human activity. Their guidance illustrates that spiritual practice and environmental stewardship were deeply interconnected, reflecting a holistic worldview in which society, nature, and cosmology were inseparable. In conclusion, spiritual leaders, shamans, and ritual specialists were central pillars of Amazonian civilization, guiding communities through religious, social, ecological, and political dimensions. Their influence shaped ceremonial life, settlement planning, environmental management, social cohesion, and the transmission of knowledge across generations. By integrating spiritual authority with practical expertise, these leaders ensured the resilience, adaptability, and cultural continuity of Amazonian societies. The enduring legacy of spiritual leadership demonstrates that belief systems, ritual practice, and ecological wisdom were not peripheral aspects of Amazonian life but foundational elements underpinning the sophistication, stability, and interconnectedness of one of the world's most remarkable pre-Columbian civilizations. In ancient Amazonian societies, the emergence of elite classes and the establishment of social hierarchies marked a pivotal stage in the development of complex civilization. Contrary to early misconceptions of the Amazon as a homogeneous, egalitarian region, archaeological evidence now demonstrates that some communities possessed stratified social structures, where leadership, specialized labor, and access to resources created clear distinctions between individuals and groups. These elites exercised authority over political, economic, and religious matters, orchestrating labor for infrastructure projects, controlling trade networks, and overseeing ceremonial and ritual practices. The rise of social hierarchy not only facilitated coordination and societal stability but also reinforced cultural identity, regional cohesion, and the transmission of knowledge across generations. Elite status in Amazonian societies was often tied to control over critical resources. Leaders could command surplus food from raised fields and terra preta soils, manage access to water and transportation networks, or regulate the distribution of exotic goods such as minerals, specialized pottery, or ritual paraphernalia. By controlling these resources, elites consolidated economic and social power, enabling them to mobilize labor for monumental construction projects, maintain fortified settlements, and organize large-scale feasts and ceremonial gatherings. Access to these resources created visible markers of status, signaling authority and influence within the community and across regional networks. Ceremonial and spiritual authority often reinforced elite status. Leaders who demonstrated close connections to shamans, ritual specialists, or cosmological knowledge could legitimize their power through participation in religious rites, orchestration of festivals, or sponsorship of sacred architecture. Mounds, plazas, and ceremonial centers frequently reflected the social standing of elite individuals, with access to these spaces often restricted or symbolically significant. Through ritual and ceremony, elites reinforced social norms, maintained hierarchical structures, and fostered loyalty and obedience among their followers. These intertwined spheres of political, economic, and spiritual authority allowed elite classes to wield multifaceted power that extended across multiple aspects of Amazonian life. Elite influence extended into infrastructure and technological development. The construction of causeways, roads, canals, and raised fields required the coordination of large labor forces, careful planning, and sustained oversight. Elite leaders directed these projects, ensuring that labor was effectively organized, materials were appropriately sourced, and construction adhered to communal and ritual standards. The ability to mobilize and sustain such efforts over long periods illustrates not only social authority but also strategic vision, engineering knowledge, and administrative capacity. Infrastructure became both a practical necessity and a symbol of elite power, demonstrating control over human labor and the landscape itself. Trade networks further reinforced social hierarchy. Elites often controlled the flow of goods between settlements, including exotic or high-value materials like gold, copper, rare pottery, and ceremonial artifacts. By regulating trade, elites could consolidate wealth, influence alliances, and maintain strategic dominance over surrounding communities. Market centers, causeways, and river routes functioned as instruments of both economic and social control, allowing elite individuals to exert authority beyond their immediate settlement and shape regional patterns of interaction. Access to trade networks not only enhanced material wealth but also reinforced political and symbolic influence. Feasting and communal events provided another avenue for elite consolidation. By sponsoring large-scale gatherings, ceremonial meals, and ritual performances, elites displayed generosity, reinforced loyalty, and legitimized their social status. Participation in these events was often stratified, with elite individuals occupying prominent positions while commoners engaged in labor, support, or ritual observance. Through strategic orchestration of feasts and gatherings, elites reinforced social hierarchies, facilitated collective identity, and fostered adherence to cultural norms. These events were simultaneously expressions of authority, religious devotion, and social integration, illustrating the multifaceted role of elite classes. The material record also provides insight into elite distinction. Specialized architecture, decorated ceramics, metal ornaments, and ceremonial paraphernalia often correlate with elite occupation or access. Certain mounds, plazas, or residences were clearly designed for high-status individuals, featuring elevated platforms, proximity to ritual spaces, or access to key infrastructure. Artifacts associated with elites often display intricate craftsmanship, exotic materials, or symbolic motifs, reflecting both wealth and cultural significance. This material differentiation offers tangible evidence of social stratification and the ability of elites to define and maintain boundaries between social groups. Social hierarchy in Amazonian societies was not purely coercive. It was also relational and symbolic. Leadership relied on the consent, cooperation, and participation of the community, particularly in labor-intensive projects, ceremonial life, and economic exchange. Elites maintained influence by demonstrating competence, spiritual authority, and strategic foresight, earning respect and legitimacy rather than relying solely on force. The interplay of authority, ritual, and communal engagement ensured that hierarchical structures were sustainable, adaptive, and culturally integrated. Regional coordination among elites also played a critical role in fostering broader social cohesion. Leaders of different settlements may have collaborated to manage trade routes, agricultural production, or ceremonial networks. Diplomatic exchanges, alliances, and shared ritual calendars facilitated communication and cooperation across extensive territories. The presence of standardized architectural practices, recurring motifs in art, and similar ceremonial structures across distant settlements suggests that elite coordination extended well beyond individual communities, contributing to the development of a cohesive Amazonian civilization. In conclusion, the rise and role of elite classes and social hierarchy were central to the complexity, resilience, and cultural sophistication of Amazonian societies. Elites exercised multifaceted authority over resources, labor, trade, ritual, and infrastructure, integrating political, economic, and spiritual power to maintain societal cohesion. Through strategic leadership, ceremonial participation, and control over material culture, elite individuals reinforced hierarchical structures while fostering collective identity, technological innovation, and regional integration. Far from the simplistic egalitarian image long associated with the Amazon, these societies exhibited nuanced social stratification, demonstrating the ingenuity, organization, and adaptability of pre-Columbian civilizations in one of the world's most challenging environments. Across the vast and verdant expanse of the Amazon, ceremonial plazas and mounds stand as enduring testaments to the ingenuity, social complexity, and spiritual life of pre-Columbian civilizations. Long misunderstood or overlooked by early researchers, these monumental constructions reveal a society capable of sophisticated planning, large-scale labor coordination, and symbolic expression. Far from being simple earthworks, plazas and mounds were central to community life, functioning as focal points for ritual, social interaction, governance, and economic exchange. By studying their development, structure, and placement, we gain profound insights into the priorities, cosmology, and organizational capabilities of Amazonian societies. Ceremonial plazas were carefully designed open spaces that facilitated communal gatherings, religious rituals, and social cohesion. Often geometrically aligned, plazas served as hubs where people from surrounding settlements could convene for feasts, markets, and festivals. The size, orientation, and layout of these spaces suggest intentional planning, with consideration given to crowd movement, visibility of ritual activity, and integration with surrounding structures such as mounds, causeways, and residential areas. Plazas were multifunctional, blending practical and symbolic functions, and acting as physical and social centers of community life. Mounds, often positioned adjacent to or within plazas, served diverse roles that combined ceremonial, political, and practical purposes. Some mounds functioned as elevated platforms for ritual performance, allowing leaders or shamans to address gathered communities and conduct sacred ceremonies. Others acted as burial sites for high-status individuals, reflecting the social hierarchy and spiritual beliefs of the community. Certain mounds also had agricultural or water management functions, integrating infrastructure with ritual significance. The construction of these earthen structures required substantial labor, demonstrating the capacity for large-scale organization and community mobilization. The placement of plazas and mounds was often influenced by cosmological and environmental considerations. Many ceremonial centers align with celestial phenomena such as solstices, equinoxes, or specific star patterns, indicating a deep understanding of astronomy and its role in ritual life. Alignment with rivers, elevated terrain, or fertile agricultural zones ensured both accessibility and practicality, reinforcing the integration of spiritual and ecological knowledge. This careful positioning reflects a worldview in which social, environmental, and cosmological factors were intricately intertwined, demonstrating that ceremonial architecture was both functional and symbolic. The scale and distribution of ceremonial plazas and mounds underscore the sophistication of regional planning. LiDAR surveys and satellite imagery have revealed networks of plazas and mounds connected by causeways, roads, and waterways, indicating coordinated development across multiple settlements. These networks facilitated the movement of people, goods, and ideas, reinforcing social cohesion and cultural continuity over vast distances. The interconnectedness of ceremonial sites suggests that Amazonian societies were not isolated clusters but part of broader regional systems with shared architectural, ritual, and social norms. Construction techniques for plazas and mounds were highly advanced. Earth was carefully excavated, leveled, and compacted, often in combination with stone, clay, or organic materials to ensure stability and durability. Some mounds exhibit layered construction, drainage channels, or retaining structures to prevent erosion and withstand seasonal flooding. The labor investment required for these projects implies hierarchical organization, skilled labor, and effective resource management, highlighting the capacity for collective action and long-term planning. The durability of these structures, many of which remain visible today, attests to both the technical skill and the social commitment of the communities that built them. Ceremonial activity within plazas and on mounds reinforced social hierarchy and political authority. Leaders, shamans, and ritual specialists occupied central positions during gatherings, conducting ceremonies, distributing goods, or overseeing feasts. Participants engaged in ritualized activities, processions, and offerings, fostering communal identity and adherence to cultural norms. The spatial arrangement of plazas and mounds allowed visibility, access, and participation to be carefully managed, reflecting the integration of social organization with ritual practice. By combining architecture, ritual, and social structure, these spaces served as instruments of both spiritual expression and societal cohesion. Material culture associated with plazas and mounds provides further insight into their significance. Ceramics, figurines, ornaments, and ritual paraphernalia found in these contexts indicate that these sites were central to economic, artistic, and religious life. Offerings, ceremonial tools, and evidence of feasting suggest that these spaces were active sites of interaction, cultural transmission, and resource redistribution. The presence of specialized artifacts underscores the integration of craftsmanship, ritual, and social hierarchy, illustrating how material culture was used to reinforce collective identity and belief systems. The multifunctional nature of ceremonial plazas and mounds also reflects adaptive responses to environmental and social challenges. Elevated mounds mitigated flooding risks, while open plazas facilitated drainage and crowd management during seasonal events. Integration with agricultural zones, road networks, and water systems maximized utility, demonstrating a holistic approach to landscape design. These features reveal that ceremonial architecture was not purely symbolic but intricately linked to the practical needs, ecological knowledge, and social organization of Amazonian communities. In conclusion, ceremonial plazas and mounds were central pillars of Amazonian civilization, reflecting the convergence of social, political, spiritual, and ecological knowledge. Through their design, construction, and use, these structures facilitated communal gatherings, ritual practice, leadership authority, and regional integration. The scale, sophistication, and interconnectivity of plazas and mounds reveal a society capable of remarkable organization, technical skill, and cultural expression. Far from the simplistic, isolated communities once imagined, ancient Amazonian civilizations constructed ceremonial landscapes that were both functional and symbolic, leaving a legacy of ingenuity, social cohesion, and spiritual depth that continues to redefine our understanding of the pre-Columbian Amazon. The emergence of urban-scale settlements in the Amazon represents one of the most striking revelations of pre-Columbian civilization, completely overturning earlier assumptions about the region as a sparsely populated wilderness. For decades, scholars assumed that dense population centers and complex urban planning were impossible in the Amazon due to challenging environmental conditions such as high rainfall, nutrient-poor soils, and dense forest cover. However, archaeological investigations, LiDAR surveys, and satellite imaging have revealed the remains of sprawling settlements encompassing hundreds, sometimes thousands, of hectares, featuring sophisticated layouts that integrated residential areas, ceremonial centers, plazas, causeways, and agricultural zones. These discoveries demonstrate that Amazonian societies achieved levels of urban organization previously thought impossible, combining environmental adaptation with social, political, and technological ingenuity. Urban-scale settlements were meticulously planned, reflecting an understanding of spatial organization, social hierarchy, and ecological integration. Residential areas were often arranged around central plazas or mounds, ensuring proximity to ceremonial spaces while maintaining privacy and separation of elite and commoner quarters. Streets, causeways, and pathways facilitated movement, trade, and communication within the settlement, while waterways and drainage systems managed seasonal flooding and soil fertility. The layout of these urban centers was not arbitrary. It demonstrated intentionality, with planners balancing functional needs, social stratification, ritual access, and environmental constraints to create a coherent, sustainable urban system. Infrastructure in urban settlements illustrates both scale and technical sophistication. Elevated causeways connected different sectors of the city and allowed for year-round access despite the seasonal inundation of lowland areas. Drainage canals, levees, and terrace constructions regulated water flow and protected agricultural plots, residential areas, and ceremonial centers from flooding. Raised fields and agricultural terraces within or near the urban fabric ensured food security for dense populations, highlighting the integration of urban planning with productive landscapes. These infrastructural achievements reveal a society capable of complex problem-solving, labor organization, and long-term environmental management. Social hierarchy and elite organization played a central role in the development of urban-scale settlements. Elite leaders coordinated construction projects, directed ceremonial activity, controlled trade, and mediated social disputes. Their authority was manifested physically in the layout of the settlement, with prominent mounds, ceremonial plazas, and elite residences strategically positioned within the urban landscape. By regulating labor and access to key spaces, elites reinforced social stratification while ensuring the smooth functioning of densely populated communities. Urban planning itself became a tool for maintaining political authority, social cohesion, and cultural continuity. The integration of ceremonial, residential, and agricultural spaces reflects a sophisticated understanding of multifunctional urban design. Plazas and mounds served not only as centers for ritual and governance but also as hubs of social interaction, trade, and cultural transmission. Residential areas were positioned to optimize access to food resources, work sites, and ceremonial spaces, ensuring efficiency and community cohesion. Agricultural terraces, canals, and raised fields were seamlessly integrated into the urban fabric, illustrating a holistic approach in which production, habitation, and ritual life were mutually reinforcing. This integration underscores the intelligence and adaptability of Amazonian planners in creating urban environments that were both functional and symbolically meaningful. Trade and economic activity were central to the sustainability of urban settlements. Markets and trade hubs were strategically positioned along causeways or near plazas, facilitating the circulation of goods, including ceramics, metals, agricultural products, and ritual items. The presence of long-distance trade items such as exotic stones, shells, and ornamental artifacts indicates that urban centers were connected to broader regional networks, allowing for the flow of resources, knowledge, and cultural influence. By controlling trade routes and access to valuable commodities, elites further strengthened their authority and reinforced the economic vitality of the city. Population density in these urban settlements was higher than previously imagined for the Amazon. Estimates suggest that thousands of inhabitants could live in a single urban complex, requiring careful planning of residential spacing, resource distribution, and communal labor organization. Housing structures were often raised to prevent flooding, constructed with locally available materials, and positioned to maximize ventilation, shade, and proximity to communal areas. The scale of habitation underscores the capacity of Amazonian societies to sustain complex, dense communities without the technological advantages typically associated with urbanization elsewhere in the world. Cultural and ritual life was deeply embedded in the urban landscape. Ceremonial centers, plazas, and mounds acted as focal points for religious practice, feasting, and social interaction, reinforcing communal identity and collective memory. Ritual activity often coincided with agricultural cycles, astronomical observations, or major social events, linking daily life with cosmological understanding. The placement of these ceremonial structures within the urban environment reflects a deliberate strategy to integrate spiritual, social, and practical functions, illustrating the sophistication of Amazonian urban design. The emergence of urban-scale settlements also facilitated innovation and knowledge transmission. Centralized spaces allowed for the dissemination of agricultural techniques, metallurgical skills, artistic traditions, and ritual practices. Apprenticeship systems, communal labor, and ritual instruction ensured that expertise and cultural knowledge were passed from generation to generation, sustaining both technological and social development. Urban centers became incubators of creativity, innovation, and cultural continuity, demonstrating the Amazon's capacity for enduring and dynamic civilization. In conclusion, the rise of urban-scale settlements in the Amazon demonstrates a level of societal complexity, technical ingenuity, and environmental adaptation that challenges previous assumptions about pre-Columbian South America. These cities integrated residential, ceremonial, agricultural, and infrastructural elements into cohesive, multifunctional landscapes capable of supporting dense populations. Social hierarchy, trade, ritual, and environmental management were seamlessly woven into the urban fabric, illustrating sophisticated planning and coordinated labor organization. The discovery of these settlements transforms our understanding of the Amazon, revealing a civilization that not only adapted to but also thrived in one of the world's most challenging environments, leaving a legacy of urban innovation and cultural achievement that continues to inspire and astonish researchers today. The discovery of advanced agricultural networks in the Amazon has revolutionized our understanding of pre-Columbian societies, revealing a level of engineering and environmental adaptation that rivals civilizations in more traditionally recognized cradles of development. For decades, the Amazon was regarded as a marginal environment incapable of supporting large, complex populations, primarily because of its nutrient-poor soils, dense forest cover, and seasonal flooding. Yet, recent research has demonstrated that ancient Amazonians transformed the landscape through sophisticated agricultural engineering, including raised fields, canals, terraces, and soil enrichment techniques. These networks not only provided food security for dense populations but also reflect an intimate knowledge of ecological processes, hydrology, and crop management. The integration of engineering, ecological understanding, and social coordination in these agricultural systems illustrates the ingenuity, resilience, and organizational capacity of Amazonian civilizations. One of the most remarkable features of Amazonian agriculture is the construction of raised fields, or camelones. These elevated platforms, often several meters high and sometimes hundreds of meters long, allowed communities to cultivate crops in areas prone to seasonal flooding. By lifting the planting surface above waterlogged soil, raised fields ensured consistent drainage, aeration, and fertility, creating optimal conditions for staple crops such as manioc, maize, beans, and squash. The construction of these fields required coordinated labor, careful soil selection, and knowledge of hydrological patterns, demonstrating that agricultural engineering was a sophisticated and intentional practice rather than an improvised adaptation. In addition to raised fields, canal systems and drainage networks were integral to Amazonian agricultural success. Canals not only mitigated flooding but also managed irrigation, redistributed nutrients, and enhanced soil fertility through controlled deposition of sediments. In some regions, canals were combined with fish management systems, allowing communities to harvest aquatic resources alongside cultivated crops. This multifunctional approach reflects a deep understanding of ecosystem dynamics, combining terrestrial and aquatic productivity to sustain large populations. The integration of canals and raised fields exemplifies how Amazonian agriculture was both highly productive and ecologically attuned, balancing human needs with environmental constraints. Soil enrichment techniques were another hallmark of advanced Amazonian agriculture. Archaeologists have identified extensive areas of terra preta, or dark, fertile anthropogenic soil, created by the deliberate incorporation of charcoal, organic waste, and nutrient-rich materials. This soil exhibits dramatically higher fertility than surrounding sediments, supporting intensive cultivation over centuries without degradation. The creation and maintenance of terra preta required knowledge of composting, controlled burning, and soil chemistry, reflecting a sophisticated understanding of long-term sustainability. Through these practices, Amazonian farmers transformed otherwise marginal soils into productive landscapes capable of supporting dense urban settlements. Agricultural networks were often strategically integrated with settlement planning. Fields, canals, and raised terraces were positioned in proximity to residential zones, ceremonial centers, and causeways, ensuring efficiency in food production, labor distribution, and access to communal facilities. This spatial integration indicates deliberate planning, coordination, and oversight, often under the guidance of elite or ritual authorities. The ability to organize labor, manage resources, and maintain productivity over large areas reflects both social complexity and technological expertise. Agricultural infrastructure was thus inseparable from urban design, ceremonial life, and regional networks, highlighting the interconnectedness of pre-Columbian Amazonian society. Crop diversity was a key element of Amazonian agricultural engineering. Communities cultivated a wide range of staple and secondary crops, including manioc, maize, sweet potatoes, beans, peanuts, and various fruits. This diversity enhanced food security, mitigated the risk of crop failure, and supported nutritional balance. Intercropping techniques and rotational planting further optimized productivity, illustrating a sophisticated understanding of plant ecology and soil management. The combination of raised fields, canals, and crop diversification allowed communities to sustain large populations while minimizing environmental degradation, demonstrating an advanced agricultural strategy that balanced efficiency with ecological stewardship. Social organization was critical to the construction and maintenance of agricultural networks. The labor-intensive nature of raised fields, canals, and soil enrichment required coordinated effort, likely mobilized through hierarchical structures, communal obligations, and ritualized labor systems. Feasting, ceremonial participation, and social gatherings often coincided with agricultural work, reinforcing communal identity, rewarding labor, and transmitting knowledge. Agricultural networks were therefore not purely technical achievements. They were deeply embedded in social, ritual, and economic systems, reflecting the integration of environmental engineering with human organization and culture. The scale of Amazonian agricultural networks is staggering. LODAR surveys have revealed thousands of hectares of interconnected fields, canals, terraces, and roads, often spanning multiple settlements. These networks facilitated regional cooperation, trade, and food redistribution, enabling urban-scale settlements to thrive in areas previously considered incapable of supporting large populations. The interconnectedness of agricultural infrastructure with ceremonial, residential, and trade networks underscores the holistic approach of Amazonian societies, blending technological innovation, ecological understanding, and social coordination into a unified system. Agricultural engineering also reflects adaptability and resilience. Communities modified field elevation, drainage patterns, and planting strategies in response to flooding, soil variability, and climate cycles. This dynamic approach ensured sustained productivity despite environmental fluctuations, demonstrating that Amazonian societies were capable of long-term planning, experimentation, and adjustment. By adapting to the challenges of the rainforest rather than attempting to conquer it, these civilizations exemplify a model of sustainable environmental management that continues to inspire modern researchers. In conclusion, the advanced agricultural networks of the Amazon highlight the ingenuity, technical skill, and ecological understanding of pre-Columbian societies. Through raised fields, canals, terraces, and terra preta, communities transform challenging environments into highly productive landscapes capable of sustaining dense populations and urban-scale settlements. These systems were deeply integrated with social organization, ritual practice, and regional networks, reflecting a sophisticated approach to land use, labor coordination, and environmental stewardship. The discovery of these agricultural networks not only reshapes our understanding of Amazonian civilization but also challenges long-held assumptions about human adaptability, innovation, and the potential for complex societies in rainforest environments. The advent of LiDAR, light detection and ranging, and other modern technologies has transformed the study of the Amazon, revealing landscapes that were previously invisible beneath dense forest canopies and challenging long-held assumptions about pre-Columbian civilizations in the region. For centuries, explorers and archaeologists struggled to identify evidence of large-scale settlements, ceremonial centers, and agricultural networks because the rainforest's thick vegetation concealed both subtle earthworks and complex infrastructure. Traditional methods, such as ground surveys and excavation, were labor-intensive, time-consuming, and often limited to small areas, leaving vast regions unexplored. LiDAR, however, has revolutionized archaeological research by providing high-resolution, three-dimensional maps that penetrate vegetation and reveal the contours of the landscape with unprecedented precision. LiDAR works by emitting rapid laser pulses from an aerial platform, typically a drone or aircraft, which bounce back from the ground, vegetation, and other features. By measuring the time it takes for the pulses to return, researchers can construct highly accurate models of the terrain beneath dense foliage. This technology allows archaeologists to detect subtle features such as mounds, plazas, raised fields, canals, and causeways, which would otherwise remain hidden to the naked eye. In the Amazon, LiDAR has uncovered previously unknown settlements spanning hundreds of hectares, revealing the scale, complexity, and organization of ancient civilizations that were long assumed to be simple or dispersed. The application of LiDAR in the Amazon has yielded some of the most groundbreaking discoveries in modern archaeology. In regions once thought to be sparsely inhabited, researchers have identified interconnected networks of urban-scale settlements, ceremonial centers, and agricultural infrastructure. Causeways link plazas and mounds across vast distances, while elevated fields and drainage systems suggest sophisticated environmental management. LiDAR images reveal geometric patterns, linear features, and structural alignments that indicate intentional planning and social organization. These discoveries confirm that pre-Columbian Amazonians constructed integrated landscapes combining residential, ceremonial, and agricultural elements on a scale previously thought impossible. One of the most remarkable aspects of LiDAR-based discoveries is the revelation of large, previously unknown ceremonial complexes. Massive plazas, earthen mounds, and platform structures, sometimes spanning dozens of hectares, emerge clearly in LiDAR scans, showing evidence of ritual, governance, and social gathering spaces. These structures often align with nearby settlements, roads, or waterways, reflecting intentional integration of ceremonial, residential, and economic functions. The ability to detect these sites without extensive clearing or excavation minimizes ecological disruption while providing a comprehensive view of landscape organization. LiDAR has also uncovered complex agricultural networks that were invisible under the forest canopy. Raised fields, terraces, and canals appear in high resolution, showing their extent, connectivity, and design. Researchers can now map entire regions of anthropogenic soil modification and water management, illustrating how communities transform the rainforest to support dense populations. The technology enables the analysis of spatial relationships between agricultural systems and residential or ceremonial zones, revealing patterns of labor organization, resource allocation, and environmental adaptation. Such insights were impossible to obtain through traditional survey methods alone. The integration of LiDAR data with geographic information systems, GIS, and other modern analytical tools enhances its interpretive power. By overlaying LiDAR imagery with satellite data, topography, hydrology, and environmental variables, researchers can understand how ancient societies interacted with their landscape. This combination of technologies allows for predictive modeling, identification of potential archaeological sites, and reconstruction of settlement patterns over time. In many cases, LiDAR-guided investigations have led to targeted excavations, confirming the presence of mounds, artifacts, and structural features suggested by aerial imagery. Modern technology has also enabled the discovery of regional connectivity and large-scale planning. LiDAR has revealed networks of roads, causeways, and bridges linking multiple settlements, indicating coordinated efforts over long distances. These findings suggest that Amazonian civilizations were not isolated communities but part of complex regional systems with shared infrastructure, ceremonial networks, and economic exchange. By visualizing the landscape as a whole, rather than as fragmented sites, researchers can appreciate the scale and sophistication of pre-Columbian urban planning and environmental engineering. Dorado has challenged long-standing misconceptions about Amazonian populations and social organization. Where early explorers and researchers saw empty forests, modern technology has revealed evidence of dense, organized, and technologically adept societies. Settlement patterns, ceremonial architecture, and agricultural networks suggest populations capable of sustaining urban-scale communities, managing complex infrastructure, and coordinating labor across vast areas. These discoveries not only reshape our understanding of human adaptation in tropical environments, but also highlight the Amazon as a cradle of innovation and civilization. Beyond archaeology, Dorado contributes to conservation and preservation efforts. By mapping sites without physical disturbance, researchers can identify areas of cultural significance, assess threats from deforestation or development, and plan for protective measures. High-resolution topographic data also assists in monitoring changes in land use, hydrology, and vegetation, providing insights into both ancient and contemporary environmental management. Dorado, therefore, functions as both a research tool and a means of safeguarding the cultural heritage of the Amazon for future generations. In conclusion, the use of Dorado and modern technology has unveiled a hidden world beneath the Amazon rainforest, revealing a landscape shaped by human ingenuity, social complexity, and environmental mastery. From urban-scale settlements and ceremonial complexes to agricultural networks and regional infrastructure, these tools have revolutionized our understanding of pre-Columbian societies. Dorado has transformed the study of the Amazon, allowing researchers to uncover the full scale and sophistication of civilizations that had long been underestimated. By combining high-resolution mapping with analytical tools and targeted fieldwork, modern technology continues to illuminate the remarkable achievements of Amazonian peoples, offering a window into a past that challenges assumptions about human capability, adaptation, and innovation in one of the world's most challenging environments. Artistic and cultural expressions in the ancient Amazon provide a vivid window into the social, spiritual, and intellectual life of pre-Columbian societies, revealing sophistication that rivals the most celebrated civilizations of the ancient world. For decades, researchers assumed that the Amazon's challenging environment and presumed primitive populations would yield little in terms of art or cultural complexity. Yet, archaeological discoveries, often aided by Dorado and targeted excavations, have revealed intricate ceramics, figurines, ornaments, and ritual paraphernalia that illuminate the aesthetic sensibilities, symbolic thinking, and societal structures of these civilizations. Artistic production was far from incidental. It was deeply intertwined with religious belief, social hierarchy, and regional identity, serving as both a medium of communication and a tool for reinforcing cohesion and cultural memory. Ceramics are among the most prolific and informative forms of artistic expression uncovered in the Amazon. Pottery from various sites ranges from utilitarian wares to elaborately decorated vessels intended for ritual or ceremonial use. Geometric patterns, animal motifs, and human representations suggest a sophisticated visual language capable of conveying cosmological concepts, social status, and cultural narratives. Some vessels feature complex iconography linked to shamanic journeys, mythological stories, or ritual practices, indicating that artistic creation was inseparable from spiritual and social life. The durability and stylistic diversity of ceramics provide researchers with invaluable insight into technological skill, trade, and aesthetic evolution over centuries. Figurines and sculptural artifacts further illustrate the rich symbolic and ritual traditions of Amazonian societies. Small human or animal figurines, often crafted from clay, stone, or wood, served multiple functions, including ritual offerings, educational tools, or markers of social status. These objects frequently display intricate detailing, from facial features and attire to symbolic gestures, reflecting both the technical skill and cultural knowledge of their creators. In some cases, figurines are associated with burial contexts or ceremonial mounds, suggesting a role in funerary rites, ancestral veneration, or protective practices. The presence of figurative art demonstrates not only technical proficiency but also the conceptual and spiritual sophistication of Amazonian peoples. Ornaments, jewelry, and personal adornments were integral to social identity and hierarchy. Beads, pendants, necklaces, and headdresses crafted from bone, shell, stone, and occasionally metals were used to signify status, achievements, or affiliation within communities. Some artifacts were intricately inlaid or engraved with motifs corresponding to clan symbols, spiritual beliefs, or cosmological representations. The careful craftsmanship and material selection underscore the importance of personal and communal display, highlighting how artistic expression was deeply embedded in social structure, ritual performance, and cultural communication. Ritual paraphernalia, including ceremonial masks, figurative vessels, and musical instruments, provides further evidence of the integration of art, religion, and social life. Masks, often stylized and symbolic, were likely used in shamanic ceremonies, festivals, or initiatory rituals, transforming performers and participants alike. Musical instruments such as drums, flutes, and rattles, sometimes decorated with intricate carvings, accompanied communal rituals and reinforced cultural memory through sound and performance. The interplay of visual, tactile, and auditory elements illustrates the multisensory nature of Amazonian art, emphasizing that artistic production was experimental and socially interactive, rather than purely decorative. Artistic expression also extended to large-scale environmental modifications, including earthworks, plazas, and mounds. Many ceremonial centers feature geometric patterns, alignments, and raised platforms that embody symbolic, cosmological, or ritual significance. The construction of these spaces required planning, coordination, and aesthetic sensibility, demonstrating that art and architecture were deeply intertwined. Patterns visible in aerial imagery or LiDAR scans reveal intentional designs, sometimes spanning kilometers, suggesting that visual and spatial aesthetics were central to communal identity, spiritual practice, and social hierarchy. Trade and regional interaction facilitated the spread of artistic styles and motifs across the Amazon. Shared patterns in pottery, ornamentation, and ceremonial objects indicate the existence of extensive networks of cultural exchange. Materials such as exotic stones, shells, and pigments traveled long distances, reflecting not only trade but also the diffusion of artistic ideas, techniques, and symbolic systems. The circulation of artistic products reinforced social bonds, communicated status, and strengthened regional cohesion, revealing a complex interplay between economy, art, and society. Symbolism in Amazonian art reflects both the natural and spiritual worlds. Depictions of animals, plants, mythological beings, and celestial phenomena illustrate an intimate relationship with the environment and cosmology. Artifacts frequently combine practical function with symbolic meaning, indicating that artistic creativity was inseparable from daily life, agricultural cycles, ritual observance, and social identity. These works offer insight into the worldview of Amazonian peoples, highlighting a holistic perspective in which nature, society, and spirituality were interconnected. Educational and mnemonic functions were also embedded in artistic production. Objects, patterns, and motifs served as teaching tools, preserving knowledge of cosmology, genealogy, ritual procedures, and ecological management. Through repeated creation, use, and transmission of these artistic forms, communities maintained continuity, transmitted values, and reinforced social norms. Art was thus a vessel of cultural memory, ensuring that both tangible and intangible heritage endured across generations. In conclusion, the artistic and cultural expressions of ancient Amazonian societies reveal an extraordinary blend of technical skill, aesthetic sophistication, and symbolic intelligence. Ceramics, figurines, ornaments, ritual objects, and monumental architecture collectively demonstrate that art was deeply integrated with social, spiritual, and ecological life. These creations functioned not only as expressions of beauty but also as tools for ritual performance, social hierarchy, cultural communication, and knowledge transmission. Far from being a peripheral aspect of society, artistic production was central to the organization, identity, and resilience of Amazonian civilizations. The discovery of these artistic achievements challenges outdated perceptions of the Amazon as a simple, undeveloped region, highlighting a rich and complex cultural heritage that continues to astonish and inspire. Trade networks and long-distance connections were essential components of pre-Columbian Amazonian societies, shaping economic, social, and political life in ways that challenge earlier assumptions of the rainforest as an isolated or sparsely populated region. For decades, the Amazon was imagined as a wilderness largely cut off from complex human activity, but mounting archaeological evidence paints a different picture: interconnected communities, regional hubs, and extensive exchange systems that span hundreds of kilometers. These networks facilitated the movement of essential resources, luxury goods, ceremonial items, and knowledge, underpinning social cohesion, technological innovation, and cultural continuity. Understanding these trade systems illuminates the remarkable adaptability, organizational capacity, and strategic thinking of ancient Amazonian civilizations. At the core of Amazonian trade networks were rivers, the natural arteries of the rainforest. Rivers allowed for relatively efficient transportation of people, goods, and ideas across vast distances, connecting settlements, ceremonial centers, and agricultural hubs. Canoes, rafts, and other watercraft enabled the movement of bulky commodities, including timber, manioc, pottery, and agricultural produce. Settlements located along major waterways often became regional centers, controlling access to trade routes and mediating exchanges between upstream and downstream communities. The strategic use of rivers underscores the deep environmental knowledge possessed by these societies, demonstrating their ability to navigate and exploit the challenges of rainforest geography. Long-distance exchange also relied on overland routes, often facilitated by causeways and elevated roads discovered through lidar and ground surveys. These paths connected plazas, mounds, settlements, and agricultural fields, allowing goods to travel beyond the reach of navigable rivers. Constructing and maintaining these networks required organized labor, social coordination, and strategic planning. By linking disparate communities, overland routes reinforced social cohesion, facilitated communication, and enabled the movement of specialized resources that were not locally available, such as exotic stones, shells, or pigments. Material evidence highlights the diversity and reach of trade networks. Archaeologists have uncovered artifacts made from non-local materials, including obsidian, jade, shells, metals, and pigments, indicating long-distance exchange. Ceramics and ornaments featuring stylistic motifs from distant regions suggest the diffusion of cultural and technological ideas alongside physical goods. These findings indicate that trade was not merely transactional but also a vehicle for social, spiritual, and artistic exchange. Through trade, communities could acquire prestige items, maintain ritual practices, and reinforce political and social alliances, highlighting the multifaceted role of exchange in Amazonian life. Trade networks also reinforced social hierarchy and political authority. Elite individuals often controlled the distribution of goods, including surplus food, exotic materials, and ritual paraphernalia. By regulating access to valuable commodities, elites consolidated power, orchestrated labor for large-scale projects, and facilitated ceremonial activities that reinforced social cohesion. Markets, plazas, and ceremonial centers became nodes of economic and social influence, allowing leaders to project authority and maintain regional networks of loyalty and cooperation. Trade was thus deeply intertwined with governance, social organization, and the maintenance of hierarchical structures. Ceremonial exchange played a key role in reinforcing social bonds and cultural identity. Feasts, ritual gatherings, and religious festivals often involved the movement of specialized goods, including ceremonial pottery, figurines, and exotic items that symbolized status, cosmology, or ancestral connections. Participation in these exchanges fostered communal identity, facilitated diplomacy between settlements, and enabled the transmission of ritual knowledge. The movement of ritual objects through trade networks ensured that cultural continuity was maintained across wide geographic areas, linking communities through shared practices, beliefs, and material culture. Agricultural products were another cornerstone of Amazonian trade. Communities specializing in certain crops, such as manioc, maize, or fruits, could exchange surplus produce with neighboring settlements, supporting urban-scale populations and contributing to regional food security. This system of exchange allowed communities to adapt to local environmental conditions while maintaining diverse and stable diets. By coordinating production, storage, and distribution, trade networks enhanced resilience, minimized risk of food shortages, and strengthened social interdependence among settlements. Trade networks also enabled technological and knowledge transfer. Specialized techniques in pottery, metallurgy, woodworking, and agricultural engineering were disseminated across regions through exchange relationships. Apprentices, itinerant craftsmen, and ritual specialists likely moved along these networks, spreading innovations, artistic styles, and spiritual practices. This facilitated the diffusion of expertise, promoted cultural integration, and contributed to the emergence of shared architectural, artistic, and agricultural practices across the Amazon. Trade was thus a conduit for intellectual as well as material exchange. The spatial organization of trade networks reflects strategic planning and regional coordination. Settlements often acted as hubs, linking multiple satellite communities through river routes, causeways, and road systems. LoDAR studies reveal complex patterns of connectivity, with major ceremonial centers positioned at crossroads of regional exchange. Such organization allowed communities to monitor resource flow, coordinate labor for large projects, and maintain social cohesion over extensive areas. Trade networks were not random or opportunistic. They were integral to the social, economic, and political fabric of Amazonian life. In conclusion, trade networks and long-distance connections were fundamental to the development, sustainability, and sophistication of Amazonian societies. By facilitating the movement of resources, knowledge, and cultural practices, these networks strengthened social cohesion, reinforced hierarchy, and enabled urban-scale settlements to thrive in challenging environments. Rivers, causeways, and ceremonial centers functioned as arteries of commerce and cultural exchange, linking communities across vast distances. The complexity and reach of these networks demonstrate that pre-Columbian Amazonian civilizations were far from isolated. They were part of intricate systems of interaction, innovation, and connectivity that rival those of other advanced societies in the ancient world. Understanding these trade networks reshapes our perception of the Amazon, revealing a civilization marked by ingenuity, cooperation, and enduring influence. The mystery of Amazonian metallurgy and material culture has long puzzled archaeologists, challenging conventional notions about the technological capabilities of pre-Columbian societies in the rainforest. For years, the Amazon was considered technologically primitive, with scholars assuming that complex metallurgy, metalworking, and sophisticated material culture were largely absent in the region. However, excavations and analyses over the past few decades have revealed that Amazonian communities were adept at producing, manipulating, and utilizing a variety of materials, including gold, copper, and alloys, as well as advanced ceramics, textiles, and ornaments. These discoveries underscore the ingenuity, creativity, and adaptability of these civilizations, illustrating a complex technological and cultural landscape previously underestimated by mainstream scholarship. Metallurgy in the Amazon was diverse, ranging from simple smelting and casting techniques to more sophisticated alloy production. Gold, copper, and tumbaga, a gold-copper alloy, artifacts have been discovered in ceremonial contexts, burial sites, and elite residences, demonstrating both technical proficiency and symbolic importance. These metals were often fashioned into jewelry, adornments, ritual objects, and symbolic items, reflecting the integration of material expertise with social, spiritual, and aesthetic considerations. The ability to extract, refine, and shape metal demonstrates knowledge of high-temperature processes, or sourcing, and crafting techniques, challenging assumptions that metallurgy was absent in tropical forest environments. One of the most striking aspects of Amazonian metallurgy is the symbolic and ritual significance of metal artifacts. Gold, in particular, was associated with spiritual power, status, and cosmology. Artifacts such as pendants, masks, and ceremonial objects were used in religious rituals, feasts, and funerary practices, signaling elite authority and connecting the community to ancestral or supernatural forces. The careful crafting and decoration of these items suggest that metallurgy was not merely functional but also deeply embedded in the cultural and spiritual life of Amazonian societies. These objects acted as instruments of social cohesion, political legitimacy, and spiritual expression. Ceramics and pottery provide another window into material culture, demonstrating both functional and artistic sophistication. Utilitarian vessels for cooking, storage, and transport were often enhanced with aesthetic features, including geometric patterns, animal motifs, and human figures. Ritual vessels exhibit even greater complexity, featuring elaborate iconography, symbolic designs, and precise craftsmanship. Pottery styles were shared across regions, reflecting the diffusion of cultural practices, artistic conventions, and technological knowledge through trade networks and social interaction. These artifacts reveal not only technical skill but also the centrality of material culture in social, ritual, and economic life. Textiles and weaving also formed an important component of Amazonian material culture. While the humid rainforest environment often prevents the preservation of organic materials, rare finds, coupled with ethnographic analogies, indicate that Amazonian societies produced intricate fabrics, garments, and decorative elements. These textiles likely served practical, ceremonial, and status-related purposes, reinforcing social identity and hierarchy. The use of natural dyes, complex weaving patterns, and symbolic motifs illustrates both creativity and a deep understanding of local resources, highlighting a holistic approach to material culture that combined functionality, artistry, and meaning. The production and distribution of material goods were closely linked to social hierarchy and specialization. Artisans, shamans, and elite individuals coordinated the creation, use, and circulation of metals, ceramics, and textiles. Specialized knowledge of smelting, casting, carving, or weaving was transmitted through apprenticeship, ritual instruction, and community participation, ensuring continuity and innovation. By controlling access to materials and crafted objects, elites reinforced social stratification, orchestrated ceremonial activities, and maintained political and cultural authority. Material culture thus functioned as a medium of both technological mastery and social organization. Long-distance trade networks facilitated the acquisition of raw materials and the dissemination of finished artifacts. Metals such as gold and copper were often sourced from distant regions, indicating knowledge of mineral locations, extraction techniques, and transportation methods. Exotic shells, stones, and pigments traveled hundreds of kilometers, linking communities and enabling the exchange of both materials and cultural ideas. This interconnectedness demonstrates that material culture was part of a broader system of economic, social, and symbolic exchange, highlighting the sophistication and reach of Amazonian societies. The technological and aesthetic achievements of Amazonian metallurgy and material culture challenge long-standing assumptions about pre-Columbian rainforest civilizations. The combination of functional expertise, symbolic sophistication, and social integration indicates a civilization capable of innovation, experimentation, and adaptation in one of the world's most challenging environments. Far from being technologically limited, these societies displayed remarkable proficiency in managing complex materials, producing elaborate artifacts, and embedding them in systems of ritual, trade, and social hierarchy. Material culture also served as a medium of cultural memory and identity. Objects carried symbolic, historical, and ancestral significance, connecting present generations to their heritage and reinforcing communal values. Ceremonial metals, decorated ceramics, and ritual paraphernalia were not merely decorative. They were instruments for maintaining social cohesion, transmitting knowledge, and negotiating power relations. The preservation and careful placement of these items in mounds, plazas, and burial sites underscore their enduring significance in Amazonian life. In conclusion, Amazonian metallurgy and material culture reveal an advanced, sophisticated, and interconnected civilization that excelled in technological, artistic, and symbolic domains. Through metals, ceramics, textiles, and ritual objects, these societies demonstrated technical mastery, aesthetic sensibility, and social intelligence, challenging outdated narratives of primitive rainforest populations. The integration of material production with social hierarchy, ritual practice, and trade networks underscores the holistic nature of Amazonian culture. The study of these artifacts continues to transform our understanding of pre-Columbian Amazonia, highlighting a civilization marked by ingenuity, creativity, and enduring cultural complexity that continues to astonish modern researchers. Environmental adaptation and resilience strategies were central to the survival, prosperity, and societal complexity of ancient Amazonian civilizations. For centuries, outsiders viewed the Amazon rainforest as an inhospitable and marginal environment, assuming that dense forests, heavy rainfall, and nutrient-poor soils prevented the emergence of complex societies. However, archaeological, paleoecological, and LIDAR studies have revealed that pre-Columbian Amazonians developed sophisticated strategies to thrive in this challenging ecosystem. By transforming the landscape, managing water resources, enriching soils, and strategically organizing settlements, these societies achieved remarkable resilience, demonstrating both ingenuity and deep ecological knowledge. One of the key strategies employed by Amazonian societies was the creation and management of fertile anthropogenic soils known as terra preta, or dark earth. Unlike surrounding infertile soils, terra preta was deliberately enriched with charcoal, organic matter, bone, and plant residues, creating long-lasting fertility capable of sustaining intensive agriculture. Communities strategically deposited and maintained these soils in residential, agricultural, and ceremonial areas, ensuring stable food production even in nutrient-poor landscapes. The creation of terra preta reflects a sophisticated understanding of soil chemistry, long-term sustainability, and human-environment interaction, challenging assumptions that rainforest soils were inherently unsuitable for complex settlement. Hydrological management was another critical component of Amazonian environmental adaptation. Seasonal flooding, unpredictable rainfall, and waterlogged lowlands posed significant challenges, but ancient communities developed raised fields, canals, terraces, and drainage systems to mitigate these risks. Elevated planting surfaces and raised residential platforms prevented crop and housing damage during floods, while canals and levees regulated water flow, redistributed nutrients, and supported fishery systems. These engineering feats required careful observation of hydrological cycles, coordinated labor, and long-term planning, illustrating that Amazonian societies actively shaped their environment to enhance resilience and productivity. The strategic placement of settlements was a key factor in adaptation and survival. Communities were often located near rivers, elevated terrain, or resource-rich areas, balancing accessibility, defense, and agricultural potential. Urban-scale settlements were integrated with surrounding forests, wetlands, and floodplains, allowing communities to exploit a diverse array of resources, from timber and game to fish and cultivated crops. This landscape integration reflects an intimate understanding of ecological patterns, demonstrating that settlement planning was not only practical but also ecologically informed, ensuring long-term sustainability. Crop diversification and agricultural innovation further enhanced environmental resilience. By cultivating a wide range of staple and secondary crops, such as manioc, maize, beans, fruits, and tubers, Amazonian communities reduced the risk of crop failure and ensured nutritional balance. Intercropping, rotational planting, and the combination of dry and wetland fields optimized soil use and mitigated environmental variability. These strategies reflected deep knowledge of plant ecology, seasonal cycles, and local microclimates, allowing societies to adapt to fluctuations in rainfall, temperature, and soil fertility. Forest management and agroforestry were also central to Amazonian resilience. Communities selectively cultivated useful trees, plants, and vines, creating semi-managed forests that provided food, construction materials, and medicinal resources. By integrating natural forest elements into agricultural and residential zones, ancient Amazonians maintained ecological balance while maximizing resource availability. These practices demonstrate a long-term perspective, combining conservation, production, and cultural values to create a sustainable and productive landscape. Social organization was tightly interwoven with environmental adaptation. Coordinated labor, communal planning, and leadership oversight ensured the construction and maintenance of infrastructure such as raised fields, drainage systems, terraces, and roads. Labor mobilization was likely facilitated through ceremonial obligations, feasts, and communal participation, reinforcing social cohesion while achieving environmental engineering goals. By linking environmental adaptation with social and ritual structures, Amazonian societies ensured that ecological challenges were addressed collectively and efficiently. Mobility and resource exchange also contributed to resilience. Trade networks allowed communities to access non-local resources, buffer against localized crop failures, and obtain essential goods such as metals, shells, and pigments. Seasonal migration, temporary camps, and flexible settlement patterns enabled populations to exploit diverse ecological zones, ensuring survival in the face of environmental variability. This combination of local adaptation and regional connectivity enhanced the flexibility and resilience of Amazonian societies. Archaeological evidence indicates that Amazonian environmental adaptation extended to monumental architecture. Plazas, mounds, and ceremonial centers were carefully designed to withstand flooding, soil instability, and erosion, integrating structural engineering with environmental knowledge. Elevated platforms, drainage channels, and retaining structures preserve the integrity of these communal and ceremonial spaces, demonstrating a holistic approach in which architecture, social function, and environmental management were seamlessly integrated. In conclusion, the environmental adaptation and resilience strategies of ancient Amazonian societies reveal a civilization capable of thriving in one of the world's most challenging ecosystems. Through soil enrichment, hydrological engineering, crop diversification, forest management, and strategic settlement planning, these communities created sustainable, productive, and ecologically balanced landscapes. Social organization, ritual practices, and trade networks were tightly interwoven with environmental strategies, ensuring collective action, resource distribution, and long-term survival. The ingenuity, flexibility, and ecological intelligence of Amazonian civilizations challenge outdated notions of the rainforest as an inhospitable wilderness, highlighting a sophisticated and resilient society whose achievements continue to inspire modern science and archaeology. The mysterious astronomical knowledge and alignments evident in ancient Amazonian sites provide compelling evidence of sophisticated observation, planning, and cosmological understanding. For decades, researchers assumed that complex astronomical systems were largely the domain of Andean or Mesoamerican civilizations, with little expectation that Amazonian societies had developed comparable expertise. However, careful examination of ceremonial centers, plazas, mounds, and earthworks reveals intentional alignments with celestial bodies, seasonal events, and astronomical cycles, suggesting that pre-Columbian Amazonians possessed a deep knowledge of the heavens and integrated this understanding into their social, agricultural, and ritual life. Many ceremonial mounds and plazas display alignments with solar, lunar, or stellar phenomena. For instance, certain plazas are oriented to capture the rising or setting sun during solstices and equinoxes, creating dramatic light and shadow effects that likely held ritual or symbolic significance. Elevated platforms or causeways sometimes frame celestial events, guiding observation and ceremonial activity. These alignments suggest that Amazonian communities observe the sky systematically, using patterns of celestial motion to regulate agricultural cycles, time religious ceremonies, and encode cosmological knowledge within the physical landscape. In addition to solar and lunar alignments, evidence points to the recognition of specific stars, constellations, and possibly planetary movements. Geometric patterns in earthworks, mounds, and plazas may correspond to stellar configurations, forming a terrestrial reflection of the night sky. Such correlations imply not only careful observation over long periods, but also an abstract conceptualization of spatial and temporal relationships. By mapping the heavens onto their ceremonial and urban landscapes, Amazonian societies demonstrated an advanced understanding of astronomy that rivaled contemporaneous civilizations elsewhere in the Americas. Astronomical knowledge was closely tied to agricultural cycles. The timing of planting, harvesting, and ceremonial events required accurate observation of seasonal changes, which could be predicted through the rising and setting of celestial bodies. Alignments in mounds and plazas may have functioned as solar calendars or observational markers, helping communities anticipate flooding, rainfall, or other environmental events critical for food production. By integrating astronomy with agriculture, Amazonian societies optimized productivity and ensured the sustainability of urban-scale settlements in a challenging environment. Ceremonial practices and cosmology were intimately linked with celestial observation. Rituals, feasts, and gatherings often coincided with solstices, equinoxes, or other astronomical events, emphasizing the spiritual and symbolic importance of celestial bodies. Masks, figurines, and decorated artifacts sometimes depict celestial motifs, further reinforcing the cultural significance of the sky in daily life and ceremonial performance. Astronomy was thus not purely utilitarian. It was a foundation of social cohesion, religious expression, and cultural identity. The spatial organization of settlements reflects intentional incorporation of astronomical principles. Causeways, roads, plazas, and mounds were designed with orientation and visibility in mind, suggesting that urban planning considered both terrestrial and celestial relationships. Elevated observation points or ceremonial platforms may have functioned as astronomical observatories, allowing for systematic monitoring of the sun, moon, and stars. This integration of urban design and celestial observation demonstrates a sophisticated blend of practical, ritual, and cosmological concerns. Ethno-historical and ethnographic accounts provide additional insight into Amazonian astronomical practices. Contemporary indigenous communities retain knowledge of celestial cycles, star law, and seasonal markers, reflecting continuity of observational traditions that may extend back centuries. By combining archaeological evidence with ethnographic analogies, researchers gain a richer understanding of how astronomical knowledge was embedded in cultural practice, social organization, and environmental management. The precision and consistency of astronomical alignments suggest the use of communal observation and knowledge transmission. Knowledge of celestial patterns, ceremonial timing, and alignment construction was likely passed down through generations, potentially through ritual instruction, apprenticeship, and oral tradition. The integration of astronomy into communal planning and ceremonial life indicates that this knowledge was both practical and socially embedded, fostering cohesion, shared understanding, and continuity. Modern technology, including LiDAR, satellite imagery, and GIS mapping, has revealed previously unrecognized alignments and patterns across large regions. By analyzing the orientation, geometry, and spatial relationships of mounds, plazas, and causeways, researchers can identify correlations with solar, lunar, and stellar events, confirming that these alignments were intentional rather than coincidental. This technological perspective enhances our appreciation of the scale, precision, and complexity of Amazonian astronomical knowledge. In conclusion, The mysterious astronomical knowledge and alignments of ancient Amazonian societies reveal a civilization deeply attuned to the cycles of the heavens, integrating observation, ritual, agriculture, and urban planning into a coherent cosmological framework. From solar and lunar alignments to possible stellar mappings, these societies demonstrated sophisticated understanding, long-term observation, and intentional design. Astronomy was embedded in ceremonial life, agricultural timing, and settlement organization, reflecting a holistic worldview in which the sky, the earth, and human society were interconnected. These discoveries challenge outdated assumptions of Amazonian simplicity, illuminating a civilization marked by intellectual, spiritual, and observational sophistication whose legacy continues to inspire and astonish modern researchers. Amazonian ceremonial centers and ritual practices represent some of the most compelling evidence of the region's complex social, spiritual, and cultural life. For decades, researchers assumed that pre-Columbian societies in the Amazon were small, dispersed, and lacking centralized ceremonial or political structures. However, extensive archaeological investigations, complemented by LiDAR technology and paleoecological studies, have revealed that ceremonial centers were large, intricately designed, and deeply integrated into social, economic, and ecological systems. These sites were not merely symbolic spaces but functioned as focal points for community cohesion, ritual activity, political authority, and environmental management, reflecting an advanced understanding of both the human and natural worlds. Ceremonial centers often consisted of plazas, mounds, causeways, and elevated platforms arranged in geometric patterns that suggest careful planning and coordination. Plazas served as communal gathering spaces for festivals, markets, political assemblies, and ritual activities, while surrounding mounds and platforms were used for residential, religious, or elite functions. LiDAR studies have uncovered sprawling complexes covering tens or even hundreds of hectares, revealing networks of interconnected plazas and causeways that suggest centralized planning and long-term maintenance. The scale and sophistication of these centers underscore the organizational capacity and social complexity of Amazonian societies. Ritual practices were integral to the function of these centers. Ceremonial activities often coincided with agricultural cycles, astronomical events, and seasonal changes, linking spiritual observance to practical community concerns. Offerings of pottery, figurines, metals, and food were deposited in mounds, plazas, or specially constructed ritual pits, reflecting both symbolic and functional purposes. Rituals served to reinforce social hierarchies, validate political authority, and maintain connections with ancestors or spiritual forces. The careful design of ceremonial spaces ensured that these practices were performed in ways that maximized their social and spiritual impact. Many ceremonial centers exhibit evidence of long-distance connections and trade. Exotic materials such as shells, metals, and pigments found in ritual contexts indicate that these centers were nodes in extensive exchange networks, linking distant communities through commerce, marriage alliances, and shared ritual traditions. The concentration of valuable and symbolic materials in ceremonial centers underscores their role as hubs of political, economic, and spiritual authority. They were not merely local centers of worship but regional locus of influence, governance, and cultural transmission. Ceremonial architecture reflects both functional and symbolic considerations. Mounds and elevated platforms were carefully engineered to withstand flooding, erosion, and environmental fluctuations, while their shapes, alignments, and relative positions often corresponded to cosmological or astronomical principles. Some plazas and causeways align with solstices, equinoxes, or celestial events, suggesting a deliberate integration of spiritual and astronomical knowledge into the design of communal spaces. This integration demonstrates that Amazonian societies viewed ritual, architecture, and environmental management as interconnected domains, blending practical engineering with symbolic meaning. Ritual artifacts provide further insight into ceremonial life. Elaborate pottery, figurines, masks, and ceremonial tools were used in public and private rituals, indicating diverse forms of worship, performance, and spiritual expression. Gold and copper objects often symbolized elite authority or ancestral connections, while figurines and decorated vessels may have represented mythological narratives, shamanic journeys, or cosmological concepts. The careful placement of these artifacts in mounds or ceremonial structures suggests highly codified practices, emphasizing the importance of ritual as a tool for social cohesion, political legitimacy, and cultural continuity. The organization of labor around ceremonial centers also illustrates social complexity. Large-scale construction projects, including mounds, terraces, causeways, and plazas, required coordinated efforts over extended periods. Labor was likely mobilized through communal obligations, ritual participation, and social incentives, reinforcing group identity and hierarchy. Ceremonial centers thus functioned as focal points for both spiritual and social organization, linking human labor, political authority, and religious observance in a unified system. Ethnographic analogies suggest that some ritual practices may have involved trance, dance, music, and performance, integrating multiple sensory experiences to reinforce social and spiritual cohesion. Musical instruments such as drums, flutes, and rattles, often found in ceremonial contexts, highlight the performative dimension of ritual. These practices, combined with symbolic art and architecture, created immersive experiences that strengthened community bonds, transmitted cultural knowledge, and connected participants to ancestral and spiritual realms. The regional integration of ceremonial centers indicates that Amazonian societies were not isolated but interconnected through networks of ritual, trade, and communication. Causeways, plazas, and roads linked multiple settlements and ceremonial sites, enabling the coordination of large gatherings, festivals, and exchanges. This interconnectedness fostered political alliances, facilitated resource distribution, and maintained cultural continuity across wide areas, demonstrating the sophisticated social and logistical organization underlying Amazonian ritual life. In conclusion, the mysteries of Amazonian ceremonial centers and ritual practices reveal a civilization marked by complexity, coordination, and cosmological sophistication. These centers functioned as hubs of spiritual, social, and political life, integrating architecture, astronomy, labor, trade, and ritual into cohesive systems. Through ceremonial spaces, artifact deposition, and immersive ritual experiences, pre-Columbian Amazonians reinforced hierarchy, transmitted knowledge, and maintained social cohesion across large regions. The discovery and analysis of these centers challenge outdated notions of the Amazon as a sparsely populated wilderness, instead highlighting a society capable of monumental construction, elaborate ritual practice, and intricate social organization that continues to fascinate and inspire modern researchers. Modern discoveries in the Amazon have fundamentally reshaped our understanding of human history, revealing a region that was far from a pristine wilderness and instead a cradle of sophisticated, urban-scale civilizations. For centuries, the prevailing narrative depicted the Amazon rainforest as an inhospitable, sparsely populated area, unsuitable for complex societies. Early explorers, missionaries, and naturalists often described it as empty, with scattered tribes eking out a subsistence lifestyle. However, advances in archaeological methods, remote sensing technology like LiDAR, and interdisciplinary research combining anthropology, paleoecology, and ethnography have overturned these assumptions, uncovering evidence of vast settlements, ceremonial complexes, intricate trade networks, and highly adapted agricultural systems. These discoveries not only illuminate the achievements of pre-Columbian Amazonians, but also challenge the very frameworks through which we understand human ingenuity, adaptation, and cultural evolution. LiDAR technology has been at the forefront of this revolution. By penetrating dense forest canopies, LiDAR has revealed previously hidden mounds, plazas, causeways, and raised agricultural fields that indicate large-scale urban planning and long-term environmental modification. Sites spanning hundreds of hectares, interconnected by roads and waterways, suggest populations far larger and more organized than previously imagined. The sheer scale of these settlements demonstrates not just the ability to manipulate the environment, but also complex social, political, and religious organization capable of coordinating labor and resources over large geographic areas. These findings challenge centuries-old perceptions of Amazonian societies as simple or nomadic, highlighting instead their capacity for long-term planning, engineering, and governance. In addition to LiDAR discoveries, targeted excavations have revealed extensive material culture, including ceramics, metallurgy, textiles, and ritual objects. Elaborate pottery, figurines, masks, and ceremonial artifacts indicate advanced craftsmanship, symbolic thinking, and spiritual sophistication. Gold and copper artifacts highlight metallurgical expertise and ritual significance, while ornamentation and personal adornments illustrate social stratification and elite authority. The integration of artistic, technological, and ritual elements demonstrates that Amazonian material culture was deeply intertwined with social organization, religious practice, and regional connectivity. These findings underscore a civilization capable of producing objects that were functional, symbolic, and socially meaningful, reflecting both technical mastery and cultural depth. The discovery of extensive trade networks further underscores the complexity and regional integration of Amazonian societies. Rivers, causeways, and overland paths facilitated the movement of food, metals, shells, pigments, and ceremonial goods across hundreds of kilometers. Trade was not merely economic. It served as a medium for cultural exchange, knowledge transfer, and the reinforcement of social hierarchies. Ceremonial centers acted as nodes in these networks, linking distant communities through ritual, commerce, and political alliances. This interconnectedness indicates a level of social and economic sophistication comparable to other contemporary civilizations worldwide, challenging assumptions of Amazonian isolation. Environmental adaptation strategies were equally remarkable. Pre-Columbian Amazonians developed terra preta soils, raised agricultural fields, terraces, canals, and drainage systems to overcome the rainforest's nutrient-poor soils, seasonal flooding, and challenging hydrology. These interventions allowed for sustainable, intensive agriculture capable of supporting dense populations. Communities also engaged in agroforestry, selectively cultivating useful trees and plants while maintaining ecological balance. Such innovations illustrate a profound understanding of the environment, demonstrating that ancient Amazonians were not passive inhabitants but active managers of the landscape, capable of reshaping it for long-term sustainability. Ceremonial centers and ritual practices reveal an intricate integration of cosmology, social organization, and environmental engineering. Plazas, mounds, and causeways were designed with astronomical alignments, connecting human activity with celestial cycles. Rituals, festivals, and offerings reinforced social cohesion, validated political authority, and maintained connections to ancestors and spiritual forces. The integration of ceremonial design with environmental adaptation, astronomy, and community organization illustrates a holistic worldview in which cosmology, ecology, and society were deeply interconnected. These centers were not mere symbols of spirituality but functional hubs that orchestrated labor, trade, and governance. Astronomical knowledge played a crucial role in daily life and ritual observance. Alignments of plazas, mounds, and ceremonial platforms with solar, lunar, and stellar events enabled the regulation of agricultural cycles, ceremonial timing, and cosmological understanding. Observing and encoding celestial patterns required systematic long-term observation, knowledge transmission, and communal participation. The sophistication of these astronomical practices highlights the intellectual and observational capabilities of Amazonian societies, challenging assumptions that complex astronomical systems were limited to Andean or Mesoamerican civilizations. The implications of these modern discoveries are profound. They compel a re-evaluation of human history, demonstrating that advanced, urbanized, and environmentally adaptive societies thrived in one of the world's most challenging ecosystems. The evidence of dense populations, large-scale infrastructure, sophisticated agriculture, ceremonial centers, and long-distance networks reveals a civilization whose technological, artistic, and social achievements rival those of contemporaneous societies elsewhere in the Americas. These findings challenge Eurocentric and environmental determinist narratives that underestimated human potential in tropical rainforests, highlighting instead the ingenuity, resilience, and creativity of pre-Columbian Amazonians. Moreover, these discoveries carry important lessons for contemporary society. The environmental management strategies, sustainable agriculture, and ecological integration practiced by ancient Amazonians provide models for resilience in the face of climate change, deforestation, and resource scarcity. Understanding how past societies adapted to environmental challenges offers insight into sustainable practices that could inform modern ecological and agricultural strategies. Similarly, the study of social organization, trade networks, and ceremonial integration sheds light on the ways communities can maintain cohesion, share knowledge, and coordinate large-scale projects. Modern exploration also underscores the importance of interdisciplinary approaches. Archaeologists, anthropologists, ecologists, and remote sensing specialists collaborate to interpret the complex interplay of environment, society, and material culture. LiDAR mapping, GIS analysis, paleoecological studies, and ethnographic research collectively reveal patterns invisible through traditional fieldwork alone. This convergence of technology and scholarship highlights the evolving nature of historical understanding, demonstrating that the past is not static but continuously revealed through innovation and research. Despite these advances, many mysteries remain. Large areas of the Amazon remain unexplored, and countless sites, artifacts, and networks likely lie hidden beneath dense forest canopies. Questions about social hierarchy, governance, ritual meaning, population size, and the precise chronology of settlement remain open, inviting ongoing investigation. Each discovery prompts further inquiry, reinforcing the idea that the Amazon is a living archive of human ingenuity, creativity, and resilience, waiting to reveal its secrets to those who study it with patience, curiosity, and innovative methods. In conclusion, modern discoveries in the Amazon have fundamentally transformed our understanding of pre-Columbian civilizations, revealing a sophisticated, interconnected, and environmentally adaptive society. From vast urban settlements and ceremonial centers to advanced agriculture, metallurgy, trade, networks, and astronomical knowledge, ancient Amazonians demonstrated technological mastery, cultural complexity, and intellectual sophistication that defy outdated assumptions of primitive rainforest populations. These revelations compel a re-evaluation of human history, highlighting the ingenuity, resilience, and creativity of societies previously underestimated or overlooked. As technology continues to advance, and as interdisciplinary research deepens, the Amazon will undoubtedly yield even more astonishing insights, challenging our perceptions of civilization, adaptation, and human potential. The jungle, once thought to conceal only mystery and wilderness, is now recognized as a landscape shaped by ingenuity, ritual, and enduring human legacy, a testament to the extraordinary achievements of those who came before and a reminder that the past is often far richer and more complex than we ever imagined.